Section 1. The Nuclear Power Plant and the Mutation of Springfield. Close your eyes if you want to. You don't have to follow along. Just let the words settle around you the way a familiar show does when you've already seen every episode and you're just letting it run in the background while the room gets darker and quieter and the night deepens around you. We're going to spend some time in Springfield tonight. Springfield is the most famous fictional town in the history of American television. More people could point to it on an imaginary map than could name the capital of half the real states in the country. And yet, for all its familiarity, for all the decades people have spent watching the same yellow family navigate the same impossible town, almost nobody has stopped to ask what Springfield actually is. Not where it is, not what state it sits in, what it is at its core, in its bones. Tonight we're going to find out, and the deeper we go, the stranger and more beautiful it all becomes. The Simpsons has been on the air since December 17th, 1989. That's more than 3.5 decades, 36 seasons, nearly 800 episodes. It is the longest-running American animated series ever made, the longest-running sitcom, the longest-running scripted primetime show in the entire history of television. Nothing else comes close, and in all that time, across every single one of those episodes, not one person in Springfield has aged a single day. Bart Simpson is still 10 years old. Lisa is still 8. Maggie is still a baby, still working the same pacifier, still watching the world with those enormous dark eyes. Homer still reports to the same job at the same nuclear power plant, owned by the same impossibly old billionaire who still cannot remember his name. The town hums along. The couch gag plays, the credits roll, and somewhere in Springfield, the cooling towers leak their invisible steam into the evening sky, and nobody looks up. But we're going to look up tonight, because once you start asking serious questions about Springfield, once you really lean into the details and the patterns and the buried storylines, you don't find the lazy writing that critics sometimes point to. You find something more interesting. You find a system, a design. A town that has been telling you its darkest secrets in plain sight for 36 years, hidden behind jokes, tucked inside throwaway gags, embedded in episodes that audiences watched and laughed at and moved on from without realizing what they'd just been told. Let's start at the very center of everything. The building that dominates Springfield's skyline in every establishing shot. The place where Homer Simpson spends his working days. The facility that powers the entire town. The Springfield Nuclear Power Plant. The theory we're going to settle into first is the one that threads through almost everything else. It's the foundation theory. The one that, once you accept it, makes every other strange thing about Springfield click into place. And it goes like this. The Springfield Nuclear Power Plant is not just a background detail. It is not just the place where Homer works. It is the engine driving every biological, neurological, and behavioral abnormality visible in every character who has ever lived in this town. The plant is poisoning Springfield, has been poisoning it since before the show began. And the evidence isn't subtle. The evidence is so overwhelming, so consistently placed across so many episodes, that the real question isn't whether the contamination is happening. The real question is how 36 years of audiences watched it happening and kept telling themselves it was just a cartoon. Let's go through what the show actually tells us. The Springfield Nuclear Power Plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. It sits at the edge of town. It is the primary source of electrical power for every home, every business, every school, every hospital in Springfield. And by any reasonable standard of measurement, it is one of the most catastrophically mismanaged industrial facilities in the history of fiction. A surprise safety inspection conducted in one of the early seasons found 342 violations. 342. in a single facility. The estimated cost to bring the plant up to compliance with basic safety standards was $56 million. The plant's owner, Charles Montgomery Burns, a billionaire many times over, refused to spend it. The violations stayed, the leaks continued, and the town went on. Now, the violations themselves are worth sitting with for a moment, because the show doesn't treat them as a vague background threat. It shows them to you specifically. Radioactive waste being dumped directly into rivers. Radioactive waste being left on children's playgrounds. Plutonium, actual weapons-grade nuclear material, being used as a paperweight on someone's desk inside the facility. Cooling towers patched with chewing gum, not as a temporary measure, but as a permanent solution. Rodents running through the facility's internal systems with a visible bioluminescent glow. Their fur lit from within by whatever they've been absorbing from the environment around them. And then there's the detail the show drops casually and never returns to. Human skeletons in the basement. Not one skeleton. Multiple skeletons. Human remains stored in the basement of an active nuclear reactor facility. And the show presents this as background information, moves on to the next joke, and the audience laughs and follows along. Nobody in Springfield asks who those people were. Nobody asks how they got there. Nobody calls anyone. The safety inspector responsible for preventing all of this, the single person whose professional function is to stand between the plant and catastrophe, is Homer Simpson. A man whose intelligence, by the show's own accounting, sits at an IQ of 55. A man who, in one canonical episode, is discovered to have had a crayon lodged in his brain since early childhood, physically compressing his neural tissue and reducing his cognitive function for the entirety of his adult life. A man who has fallen asleep at his workstation during meltdown warnings. A man who, in one of the show's most cheerfully absurd moments, threw a jelly donut into the reactor core to see if it would get bigger. That is the person standing between Springfield and a nuclear event. He has been standing there, failing at that job, for over 30 years. The first visible mutation in Springfield appears in Season 2, and the show is completely transparent about what it means. Blinky, the three-eyed fish. The Blinky is pulled from a river that runs near the power plant, and immediately becomes national news within the show's universe. A gubernatorial candidate uses the fish as evidence that Burns is poisoning the local environment. The accusation is public, documented, and supported by a literal three-eyed fish that anyone can look at. Burns is forced to eat the fish on live television to prove it's harmless. The town watches. The moment passes. Nobody conducts a follow-up study. Nobody tests the water. Nobody asks the obvious question that should follow from the existence of a three-eyed fish, which is, if the fish living in our water supply have developed a third eye from radiation exposure, what is the same water doing to the people drinking it every morning? The show doesn't answer that question out loud, but it spends the next 30 years showing you the answer in the faces and bodies and behaviors of every character in Springfield. In Season 8, in an episode called The Springfield Files, Homer stumbles through the woods near town one evening and encounters something he cannot explain. A figure, glowing faintly in the dark, moving with an eerie, unsteady grace, stumbling between the trees in a kind of dazed, euphoric state. Homer is convinced he's seen an alien. The whole town agrees with him. FBI agents are called in to investigate. The episode builds toward a dramatic reveal. And the truth, when it arrives, is somehow both mundane and staggering. The glowing figure in the woods isn't an alien. It's Mr. Burns. Burns has been undergoing a weekly medical treatment so chemically and radiologically intensive that it causes his entire body to emit a visible green glow for hours afterward. The treatment keeps him alive for exactly one more week. Then he needs another dose. Without it, he dies. After each session, Burns wanders out of his medical facility in a state of chemical euphoria, stumbling through the Springfield woods like a creature from another world. His body literally emits light. He glows in the dark because he is saturated with radiation to a degree that would kill any normal human being many times over. And Springfield's response to encountering a glowing human being in the forest is not concern about radiation exposure. The town's collective first instinct is, that must be an alien from outer space. Not the nuclear plant that dominates their skyline. Not the safety violations they've been hearing about for years. Not the three-eyed fish. An alien. That detail is important. It tells you something about how deeply the denial runs. Then there's the Simpsons movie, which takes the contamination out of the realm of background detail and makes it the entire plot. By the events of the film, Springfield's environmental situation has deteriorated to such a catastrophic degree that the United States Environmental Protection Agency, a real federal agency operating within the show's fictional universe, determines that the entire town must be physically sealed under a massive glass dome to prevent its pollution from spreading to the rest of the country. The EPA looks at Springfield and concludes that the town is so fundamentally toxic, so thoroughly contaminated, that the only workable solution is containment. Springfield gets classified as an environmental hazard by the federal government. And every single resident who has been drinking that water and breathing that air and living in the shadow of those cracked cooling towers for decades is still inside the dome when it goes up. Now look at the residents themselves. Really look at them. Homer Simpson has a skull shape that does not conform to standard human anatomy. His eyes bulge. His overbite is pronounced well beyond anything that would occur naturally. He has 4 fingers on each hand. His healing rate is extraordinary to the point of being physiologically impossible. Homer has been shot, electrocuted, dropped from heights that would be fatal to any normal person, struck by vehicles, caught in explosions, subjected to sustained blunt force trauma, and he walks away from every single incident with nothing more than a brief period of unconsciousness and some comedic groaning. His pain tolerance is not merely high. It operates outside the range of human biology altogether, and he has spent his entire adult life working in direct proximity to an active nuclear reactor. Marge Simpson has the same bulging eyes. She has hair that grows straight upward in a tower several feet tall, and has maintained that exact shape without any change for 36 years, defying the structural limitations of real human hair and the basic laws of gravity. Marge worked at the nuclear plant herself briefly and was exposed to the same environment, the same violations, the same leaking systems that her husband has been breathing around for decades. Their children were all born after both parents had already spent years living in Springfield's contaminated atmosphere. Bart has his own set of physical irregularities. Lisa has the same overbite, the same 4-fingered hands, and Maggie, 1-year-old and silent, carries all the same anatomical characteristics that mark every Springfield resident as something slightly different from standard human biology. The spiky hair that stays in place without product, the overbites that appear in every face, the eyes that are always slightly too large, always slightly too exposed, always conveying a vague and permanent sense of mild surprise. The yellow skin. The yellow skin is the detail that makes the whole theory lock into place, and here is why. When celebrities visit Springfield, when guest characters arrive from outside the town, they look different. They don't look like Springfield residents. Their proportions are more natural. Their eyes are sized more normally. Their features more closely resemble actual human anatomy. The show draws outsiders with noticeably more realistic proportions than it draws the people who live in Springfield, and the standard explanation for this is simple. That's just the art style. That's how The Simpsons looks. All the Springfield characters are yellow because that's how the show was designed. But here's the thing. Within the internal logic of the show's own universe, there is a visible, observable, consistent difference between the people who live inside Springfield and the people who come from outside it. The people who have spent their lives drinking Springfield's water and breathing Springfield's air and eating food grown in Springfield soil look a certain way, and the people who haven't lived in Springfield look different. Within the world of the show, Springfield residents look mutated, and visitors from outside the contamination zone look normal. Even the animals follow this pattern. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same characteristic bulging eyes as his owners. His proportions deviate from real canine anatomy in the same ways that the Simpson family deviates from real human anatomy. Blinky the fish grew a third eye from the power plant's runoff. The show tells you directly through Blinky that the radiation from the plant creates visible mutations in living organisms. And then it asks you to believe that the exact same radiation from the same source flowing through the same environment has had absolutely no effect on the humans living in that environment. But it hasn't asked you to believe that at all, actually. It's been showing you the opposite for 3 decades. It just left you to notice. Burns knows. The show makes this clear across multiple episodes. Burns funds private medical research. He has personal physicians. He undergoes those weekly treatments that we now understand as radiation management. Burns understands the relationship between radiation and biology better than anyone in Springfield, because his own continued existence depends on managing that relationship in his own body every single week. He has a pharmaceutical division. He has infrastructure capable of synthesizing experimental treatments. He has been studying what radiation does to biological systems for over a century because radiation is the reason he's still alive. And he knows what his plant has been doing to Springfield because he has been watching it happen. Homer's continued employment at the plant, despite being spectacularly unqualified for the job, despite his documented list of errors and incidents, is not an accident. It is not Burns being absent-minded or forgetful about personnel decisions. There is an episode where German investors briefly purchase the plant, and one of their very first actions is to fire Homer. The second thing they do is assess the true cost of bringing the facility up to code. The estimate nearly bankrupts them. Burns buys the plant back and rehires Homer immediately. A competent safety inspector would have the facility shut down within weeks. Homer ensures that the violations continue. The leaks keep leaking. The waste keeps reaching the water table. The radiation keeps drifting into the neighborhoods built downwind of those cracked cooling towers. And Burns maintains his absolute monopoly over the town's power supply, its economy, and, by extension, the behavior and cognitive capacity of its entire population. A population too neurologically compromised by decades of radiation exposure to look up at their skyline and ask the obvious question. The crayon in Homer's brain, revealed in Season 12, is the show's most direct acknowledgement of this system. In that episode, the crayon is surgically removed. Homer's IQ rises dramatically. He becomes articulate, perceptive, genuinely intelligent. He sees Springfield clearly for the first time in his adult life. He sees his job for what it is. He sees the structure of his town. He sees the pattern. And it makes him miserable in a way that ordinary Homer Simpson cannot be made miserable, because ordinary Homer Simpson doesn't have the cognitive capacity to fully comprehend his own situation. So Homer has the crayon put back in. He chooses the fog. He chooses not to see. But the episode doesn't stop there. Because before Homer chooses to have the crayon replaced, there's a question hanging in the air that the show never quite addresses. How did a crayon get lodged in a small child's brain without anyone noticing? Homer grew up in Springfield. He visited doctors in Springfield throughout his childhood and adolescence and adult life. Springfield has a full medical establishment, multiple hospitals, physicians, diagnostic equipment, and not one of them ever found a foreign object in the skull of their patient. Either the medical establishment in Springfield is comprehensively incompetent, or someone knew the crayon was there and chose not to remove it. And if Burns's influence extends into Springfield's healthcare infrastructure, if the doctors in this town are part of the same system that keeps the plant running, and the violations hidden and the population compliant, then the crayon isn't just an accident of childhood. The crayon is a mechanism, a piece of the system, one small piece of the larger machinery that keeps Homer Simpson dull enough to be useful, dependent enough to be controlled, and incapable enough to never become a threat to the operation that feeds on the entire town. The radiation theory doesn't explain one mystery in The Simpsons. It explains all of them at once. The characters don't age because their biology has been altered at the cellular level in ways that normal human aging cannot map onto. The town resets after catastrophic events because the population's memory and critical thinking functions are compromised by ongoing neurological damage. Homer survives injuries that should be fatal because his body has adapted to radiation in ways that have made him extraordinarily physically durable at the cost of cognitive function. Burns has been alive for well over a century because he has access to the treatments that manage radiation exposure in ways that nobody else in Springfield can afford. Nobody questions any of it. Nobody connects the dots. Nobody looks at the three-eyed fish and follows the logic to its obvious conclusion. Because the poison that mutated their bodies also damaged the part of their minds responsible for asking why. Springfield is not a quirky cartoon town full of lovably eccentric neighbors. Springfield is a contamination zone. Its residents are not eccentric. They are symptomatic. And the nuclear power plant that powers their homes and employs their neighbors and poisons their water and irradiates their children is not background scenery. It is the cause. It has always been the cause. Every yellow face and every bulging eye and every impossible recovery from fatal injury and every forgotten catastrophe and every unexplained mystery traces back to the same source. The same cracked cooling tower, the same invisible poison in the same water supply, feeding the same damaged brains that cannot figure out why their fish have 3 eyes and their children have 4 fingers, and their employer glows green in the woods after dark. The plant isn't just part of the show, the plant is the show. And the people of Springfield will never figure that out because the plant already made sure they couldn't. Before we move on to our next theory, drop a comment below and let us know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is there. And if you're enjoying this, subscribe. There's a lot more Springfield ahead of us tonight. Section 2. The Homer Coma Theory. Take a breath. Let your body settle a little more into wherever you're lying or sitting. Feel the weight of yourself against whatever is beneath you. What we just explored about the radiation and the contamination and the slow, systematic poisoning of an entire town, all of that is dark and layered and convincing on its own terms. But there's another theory that sits alongside it. One that doesn't necessarily contradict the radiation theory so much as nest inside it, reframe it, give it a whole new dimension of meaning. What if everything we just described is accurate, but it all exists inside the mind of a man who has been unconscious since 1993? This is the Homer Coma Theory, and it is, by considerable margin, the most widely discussed, most passionately debated, and most structurally convincing fan theory in the entire history of The Simpsons. Let's start with the specific episode because the details matter. On April 1st, 1993, the 18th episode of Season 4 aired. The title was, So It's Come to This, a Simpsons Clip Show. The setup is straightforward. It's April Fool's Day, and Bart has been playing a series of escalating pranks on Homer throughout the episode. The pranks build in scale and consequence until Bart takes one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and places it inside an industrial paint shaker. He shakes the can at maximum speed for an extended period, then puts it back in the refrigerator with the rest of Homer's beer, where it sits, internally pressurized far beyond its structural limits, waiting. Homer finds the can. Homer opens the can. The explosion is violent enough to send him to the hospital. While Homer is lying in his hospital bed recovering from the explosion, he notices a vending machine across the room. He wants a candy bar. He reaches for the machine. The machine tips forward. It crushes him. And Homer Simpson, the main character of the longest-running scripted television series in American history, enters a clinical coma. This is not presented as a joke. This is not a cutaway gag or a dream sequence. Homer flatlines in a hospital room on network television. His family stands beside his bed in genuine distress. The episode treats it as real, because within the show's universe, it is real. The episode ends with Homer apparently waking up when Bart tearfully confesses at his bedside that the whole thing was his fault. Homer springs awake and immediately grabs Bart by the throat in the classic strangling gesture. The family laughs. The audience laughs. Everything snaps back to normal the way it always does in Springfield. The credits roll. But before the credits roll, the episode tells you one more thing. Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5% gone. Destroyed permanently. And Homer's response to being told he has sustained irreversible brain damage is to laugh, because as he admits, he doesn't know why he's laughing. The family finds this charming rather than alarming. The episode ends and the show continues for another 32 years as though nothing happened. Unless nothing did happen. Unless Homer never woke up. That is the premise of the theory, and it was originally articulated on Reddit under the username Hard Topic, a name. The proposal is straightforward. Homer Simpson did not wake up from his coma in April of 1993. He has been lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General ever since, and every single episode that has aired after that date, every storyline and every character development and every guest appearance and every increasingly surreal and physics-defying adventure is a dream generated by the unconscious mind of a man who is slowly losing brain function while his family sits beside him and waits. The evidence begins with tone. Watch the first 4 seasons of The Simpsons, and then watch season 5 forward. The shift is real and substantial. Before the coma episode, the show is grounded in recognizable domestic reality. The stories deal with the kinds of problems real families navigate. Homer struggles with alcoholism and attempts to quit. Marge considers an emotional affair with a bowling instructor. Lisa develops a painful crush on a substitute teacher who leaves when the school cuts funding. Bart fails academically and faces the genuine possibility of being held back a year. The humor is sharp and satirical, but the emotional core is tethered to real life. Financial stress, marital tension, the specific anxieties of working-class American family life in the early 90s. After the coma, everything changes. Homer goes to space. Homer discovers that his mother, long believed dead, is alive and has been living as a fugitive radical. Homer joins a secret society. Homer becomes a vigilante. Homer meets God. Multiple times. Homer has been to dozens of countries, held hundreds of different jobs, befriended a staggering number of celebrities, survived physical experiences that would end entire military units, and managed to return to his couch on Evergreen Terrace by the end of every single episode. The internet has been debating when The Simpsons got bad, when it jumped the shark, when the quality declined for well over 20 years. The coma theory proposes that the question has a precise and specific answer. The Simpsons did not get bad. Homer's brain got worse. The escalating absurdity of later seasons is not a decline in writing quality. It is what happens when a dreaming brain, slowly starved of oxygen and glucose, begins to lose its structural coherence. The simulations get stranger. The logic gets looser. The gaps between what is possible and what happens get wider and wider. Because the mind generating the dream is increasingly unable to maintain the internal consistency of the world it's creating. There's a detail from 6 months before the coma episode that the theory uses as its most haunting piece of evidence. In the season 4 premiere, an episode called Homer the Heretic, Homer has a direct conversation with God, an actual face to face exchange. And during that conversation, God tells Homer something specific. God tells Homer that he will learn the meaning of life. But not yet. His time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. Read without the theory that exchange is a theological gag, a quirky bit of absurdist comedy that the show uses to explore Homer's complicated and genuinely touching relationship with faith and divinity. Read with the theory it is something else entirely. God was telling Homer that his time, his waking, conscious life, was nearly over. That within 6 months he would lose the ability to experience the world in the way that healthy, wakeful people experience it. The conversation reads as a prophecy, and the timeline makes the prophecy accurate to the month. God told Homer his time was coming, and 6 months later, everything after that became a dream. The aging problem is the single piece of evidence that the coma theory handles most elegantly, more elegantly than any other explanation anyone has ever proposed for the show's most fundamental strangeness. Nobody ages in The Simpsons. Bart is 10, Lisa is 8, Maggie is 1. Homer and Marge are in their mid-30s. They have been exactly these ages for 36 years. The show uses what storytellers call a floating timeline, where the present is always the viewer's present, and the characters simply do not accumulate time the way living things do. Every theory about Springfield has to account for this somehow. The radiation theory says mutated cellular biology prevents normal aging. The cartoon logic explanation says it's just how animated shows work, and expecting it to be otherwise is a category error. Both of these answers are functional, but the coma theory has the simplest, most emotionally resonant answer of all. Nobody ages because they exist inside the mind of a man who went unconscious in April of 1993 and never came back. The children don't grow up because Homer's dreaming brain cannot imagine them growing up. He wasn't there to see it. His last memory of Bart is a 10-year-old boy. His last memory of Lisa is an 8-year-old girl. His last experience of Maggie was of an infant. His brain cannot project them forward into ages and stages he never witnessed, because projection requires experience, and experience requires consciousness, and consciousness ended when the vending machine fell. Marge doesn't age because the last time Homer saw her, she looked exactly like that. His friends don't change because his memory of them is frozen at the moment the machine came down. Homer's unconscious mind is preserving his world exactly as it was on the last day he was present for it, because that's what coma states do to the mind in certain models of unconscious cognition. They lock you in. They freeze the world at the last moment you were truly part of it. The celebrity appearances that flooded later seasons make sense under this reading. Homer's coma brain, lying in a hospital room for decades, is receiving ambient stimuli from the environment around it. Television sounds drifting in from the nurse's station, voices from conversations happening at his bedside, music from a radio somewhere down the hall. His brain hears these inputs through the fog of unconsciousness and incorporates them into the dream. It processes fragments of external media, celebrities being interviewed on television, musicians playing on the radio, athletes discussed in overheard conversations, and it translates them into characters who show up in Springfield. Every celebrity guest appearance in later seasons is, under this theory, a voice Homer's sleeping brain heard filtering through the ceiling tiles of his hospital room. His unconscious mind grabbed the voice, gave it a face, and wrote it into the dream. The show has acknowledged the theory. In season 34, a purported deleted scene was deliberately leaked in which Homer wakes up from a long coma, and it is revealed that every surreal episode was a dream. The showrunners later described this as a scene planted by quote-unquote hackers, a hoax. The audience laughed. The theory was dismissed. But here's what's interesting about the dismissal. The writers knew about the theory well enough to animate a direct response to it. They created a scene in which Homer wakes up from a coma. They showed it to the audience. And then they said it wasn't real. They framed the truth as a hoax and told the audience to disregard it. If you are inside the coma theory, that dismissal is almost exactly what you would expect to happen. The dream defends itself. The simulation protects its own coherence. Of course, the show would deny that Homer is in a coma. The show is the dream. The dream does not contain the tools for its own deconstruction. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory directly in 2015 and dismissed it as fan speculation. He said it isn't true. Full stop. But Al Jean did not explain why nobody ages. He did not explain the tonal rupture between seasons 4 and 5. He did not address why God told Homer his time was coming precisely 6 months before the coma. He did not explain why the show has become progressively more surreal and structurally strange with each passing season, following exactly the trajectory you would expect from a dream generated by a deteriorating brain. He said it isn't true, and the conversation moved on. The fans who live inside this theory didn't move on because the theory does something that no official explanation has ever managed. It makes the show make sense. All of it. The floating timeline, the tonal shift, the reset button that erases all consequences between episodes. The fact that Homer can survive anything and endure anything and recover from anything because nothing is actually happening to his body. His body is in a hospital bed. Only his mind is in Springfield, and his mind cannot kill him because his mind is the one telling the story, and the story is the only thing keeping him alive. But sit with the emotional weight of this for a moment, because the theory's real power isn't in the logical elegance. It's in what it says about Homer Simpson as a character. If the coma theory is true, then the emotional core of The Simpsons isn't comedy. It's something much quieter and much more devastating. Homer's deepest wish, the wish his unconscious mind has been dreaming out for 30 years, is so simple it could break your heart. He wants his family, that's the whole thing. He wants Marge to still love him. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous little boy, the one who pranks him and laughs and drives him crazy and needs him. He wants Lisa to still be playing her saxophone in her bedroom at the end of the day. He wants Maggie to still be small enough to hold in one arm. He wants Friday night at 742 Evergreen Terrace to last forever. And in the coma, it does. The dream gives Homer everything he wants. His family preserved exactly as they were. His children never growing older, never moving away, never becoming the strangers that children become when they grow up and the relationship shifts. His wife never leaving, his life never ending. Homer's coma is not a nightmare. It is the only version of heaven that a man like Homer Simpson would ever think to ask for. A house with a couch and a television, and a kitchen where Marge is cooking something and the kids are fighting in the hallway and the beer is cold and nobody ever has to say goodbye. Every time Homer survives something impossible, every time the world resets, every time the credits roll and Springfield goes back to exactly what it was, it isn't bad writing or lazy plotting. It's Homer's brain refusing to let the story end. Because if the story ends, if the dream finally loses coherence and collapses, then Homer has to wake up. And waking up means confronting how much time has passed, how old his children really are, whether Marge is still sitting by his bed, or whether she moved on years ago, whether anyone is still there at all, or worse. It means not waking up. The coma theory transforms The Simpsons from a long-running animated sitcom into something else. Every episode becomes an act of love. An unconscious father dreaming about his family, episode after episode, because they are the only thing his damaged brain still considers worth dreaming about. The show will never confirm this. It will likely deny it every time the question is raised. But the evidence is woven into the structure of the show itself, into the aging that never happens, and the logic that keeps getting stranger, and the home that Homer always finds his way back to by the final act, because in his dream, he never truly left. Section 3. Who really shot Mr. Burns? Let the room get a little darker now. Let your breathing slow. We're going to move from the theory that explains everything about Homer's inner world into one of the most famous unsolved mysteries in the history of television. Who shot Mr. Burns? Before you say Maggie, we know the show told you it was Maggie. Season 7, Episode 1, Who Shot Mr. Burns? Part 2, Case Closed, The Baby Did It. But the more carefully you look at the evidence, the more the official verdict starts to look less like a solved mystery and more like a managed one. This is a question that has been quietly unsettled for 30 years, and tonight we're going to sit with all the reasons it deserves to stay that way. Let's go back to where it starts. Season 6, Episode 25, The Summer of 1995. The Simpsons pulled off something that had never been attempted by an animated television show before. A genuine whodunit cliffhanger. A mystery designed with such care and such meticulous attention to misdirection that the show's creators felt confident enough to invite the entire viewing audience to participate in a national contest. Guess the shooter, win a prize. Your likeness would be animated into an actual episode. Fox promoted this like a cultural event. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special treating the fictional crime like an unsolved real case. The Simpsons wasn't just a television show that summer. It was a national puzzle. The setup was this. Over the course of the season, Mr. Burns had been systematically destroying the lives of almost everyone in Springfield. He stole an oil well from beneath Springfield Elementary School, wiping out the school's funding overnight. He used that same excavation to create a sinkhole that collapsed the Springfield retirement castle. He injured Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog. He shut down Moe's Tavern by manipulating the finances of the owner. And then, for what he presumably considered his greatest achievement, he constructed a massive mechanical sun-blocking device and positioned it over Springfield to block out all sunlight to the entire town. The plan was straightforward. No sunlight means no solar power, no natural warmth, no gardens, no outdoor commerce. Everyone becomes entirely dependent on Burns's nuclear plant for their electricity. Burns effectively forces the entire town to pay him for the privilege of having any artificial light at all. When his own assistant, Smithers, protested this as going too far, Burns fired him on the spot. By the end of Part 1, every single person in Springfield had a documented, credible reason to want Charles Montgomery Burns dead. The show took its time establishing this. Homer, because Burns had worked alongside him for years and still could not remember his name, a slight that had accumulated into a genuine psychological wound. Bart and Lisa, because the school lost its funding. Grandpa Simpson, because the retirement home was destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie, because he lost his job. Tito Puente, because the music program was cut. Moe, because his bar was financially ruined. Smithers, freshly fired, spiraling into alcoholism, carrying decades of complicated devotion toward a man who had just discarded him. The town gathered at a public meeting to confront Burns. The tension in the room was real and thick enough to touch. Multiple characters were shown visibly holding weapons. The scene had the feeling of something irreversible approaching. Then Burns collapsed. A single gunshot wound. He staggered to the town's sundial and fell, his hands landing on 2 letters as his body went limp. W and S. Or, viewed from Burns's own perspective as he lay there, M and S. The ambulance took him away. The screen went dark. America had to wait an entire summer. When the answer came, the investigation played out as a kind of comedic procedural. Chief Wiggum and the Springfield police fumbled through the case with their characteristic incompetence. Smithers confessed immediately, which seemed to settle things until it emerged that Smithers had been in a blackout drunk state at the time of the shooting and had actually shot someone else entirely. Old Jasper. In the wooden leg. Wrong victim, wrong location, wrong crime. Suspects were cleared one by one. Principal Skinner had an alibi. Moe had an alibi. Tito Puente had arguably the greatest alibi in television history. A full musical number explaining that he channeled his rage into a samba and was performing it with his band at the time of the shooting. The investigation stalled until police found a piece of physical evidence on Burns's suit. An eyelash. DNA analysis linked the eyelash to a Simpson. Homer's fingerprints were on the gun. Homer had the clearest motive of anyone in town. Homer was arrested and appeared about to be convicted. Then Burns woke up from his coma. He identified his attacker. It was Maggie. Baby Maggie Simpson. According to Burns's account, he encountered Maggie in the parking lot after the town meeting. He attempted to take her lollipop. In the struggle, his gun fell from its holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot. Mystery solved. Case closed. Except several things about this resolution don't hold together when you examine them. Begin with the contest. The show invited viewers across the country to guess the shooter. The prize was substantial. Thousands upon thousands of entries were submitted. According to the DVD commentary for these episodes, not a single entry in the randomly selected sample of submissions had guessed the correct answer. Nobody won. The person awarded the prize was selected randomly from the sample pool, and because they hadn't guessed correctly, they received a cash payment instead of the animated appearance. The show's writers acknowledged in the commentary that they were aware of one person who had posted the correct answer to a Simpsons news group online on the night of the original broadcast. One person. But this person was using a college internet account, and by the time the contest ended and the producers tried to locate them, the account had been deactivated. They couldn't find the one person who got it right. They issued an open invitation on the DVD release for that person to come forward. As far as anyone knows, that person never did. Think about what this means in terms of the mystery's fairness. The creators designed a whodunit, told the public it was solvable from the clues embedded in Part 1, promoted a national contest around the solvability of those clues, and then when the answer was revealed, essentially nobody in the entire viewing audience had worked it out from the evidence. Either the clues were genuinely insufficient for the stated purpose, the red herrings were too overwhelming, or the answer didn't follow logically from the available evidence in the way the show implied it would. Any one of those possibilities suggests that the official resolution has some structural problems. Now look at the clues themselves, the ones the show offers as proof. Burns falls on the sundial. His hands point to W and S. From his perspective, lying there, the letters read M and S. The show tells us this means Maggie Simpson. M for Maggie, S for Simpson. But Burns himself stated canonically within the show's own universe that the positioning of his hands on those letters was not intentional. He didn't arrange himself to spell his attacker's initials. He fell. He landed where he landed. The sundial clue, the central symbolic piece of evidence that the entire episode treats as meaningful, was explicitly described by the victim as coincidence. The most prominent clue in one of television's most famous mysteries was admitted by its own source to be meaningless. Then consider the gun. Burns carried a firearm in a holster. Shortly before the shooting, the holster is shown empty. The gun was already missing from Burns's person before the attack happened, which means whoever shot Burns used Burns's own weapon against him. This tells you something important about the shooter. The shooter was someone who did not bring a weapon to the town meeting. Most of the suspects present at that meeting had come armed because they were angry enough and frightened enough to consider violence a genuine possibility. The person who shot Burns was someone who wasn't carrying anything, someone who didn't arrive at the confrontation planning to shoot anyone, someone who found Burns's gun by chance or in the chaos of the moment and acted on impulse rather than premeditation. A baby finding a gun on the ground in a parking lot fits this profile, but so does a substantial number of other characters who weren't visibly armed at the meeting. And then there's the moment Burns regained enough consciousness to identify his attacker. The show depicts him becoming lucid and looking around the room, and his first words upon recognizing who shot him are, "Oh, it's you." Not delivered in surprise, not delivered with fear, delivered with a kind of flat recognition, the tone of someone encountering a familiar acquaintance in an unexpected place. Does Mr. Burns have a prior relationship with Maggie Simpson that would produce that reaction? Has he interacted with her in any meaningful way before this moment? The show doesn't establish one. Burns barely manages to remember that Homer exists, and Homer has been his employee for years. The idea that Burns would react to seeing a baby in a hospital room with the calm, unsurprised recognition of someone greeting a known acquaintance is difficult to reconcile with everything the show has established about how Burns processes and retains information about the people around him. He doesn't know Homer's name, but he recognizes Maggie. In season 18, Homer confesses. He simply says out loud, on camera, in a regular episode, that he was the one who shot Mr. Burns. He says it. And the show treats it as a throwaway line. Nobody reacts. Nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. Homer Simpson confesses to the attempted murder of the wealthiest person in Springfield, and the moment passes without consequence. Either Homer is inventing this for attention, which is consistent with his character and can't be ruled out, or the original verdict was wrong and Homer knows it because he's the person who actually pulled the trigger. If Homer did it, then Maggie was not the shooter. A baby was blamed for a crime committed by her father, and the evidence pointing to Maggie, the DNA, the sundial reading, Burns's identification from a man who had just emerged from a coma, was either genuinely misinterpreted or selectively assembled. One of the strongest alternate theories to emerge from the fan community over the years points to Marge as the actual shooter. The evidence is surprisingly coherent. Marge watched Burns destroy her children's school, injure her family's dog, collapse the retirement home where her father-in-law lives, and then block out the sun over the town where her children are growing up. She had every reason to act. She had motive that was personal in a way that went beyond even Homer's. The theory adds a detail from an earlier episode where Burns develops an infatuation with Marge after she works briefly at the plant. Under this reading, Burns protected Marge after the shooting. He woke up, he recognized her, and he chose not to identify her as the shooter. He pointed at the sundial. He let the town draw its own conclusions. Chief Wiggum himself said it. No jury in the world would convict a baby. Maggie was the perfect person to carry the blame. An infant who cannot be prosecuted, cannot understand what she is being accused of, cannot deny it, cannot suffer for it, and whose supposed guilt closes the case without any of the more complicated truths coming out. The final shot of the episode, the very last image before the credits, shows Maggie alone in the room. Everyone else has left. She looks around carefully, making sure nobody is watching. Then she moves her pacifier in a gesture that mimics the motion of firing a gun. The show wants you to read this as confirmation. Maggie did it, she knows she did it, and she's recreating the moment in private. But you could read it a different way entirely. A baby saw someone shoot a man. She's a baby. Babies imitate what they see. She watched an adult do something with a gun, and now, alone in a quiet room, she's replaying the motion the way babies replay anything that caught their attention. She's not confessing, she's remembering, or she's mimicking. The gesture is the same either way. Alternate endings were fully produced. A complete alternate conclusion in which Smithers is revealed as the shooter was animated, voiced, and finished. It was shown later in a clip show episode where it was dismissed as an implausible alternative because it would require ignoring the DNA evidence, which the host of that clip show compared explicitly to the O.J. Simpson trial, in which a jury chose to disregard DNA evidence to reach an acquittal. The show is winking at you in that moment. It is telling you clearly that the official answer is not necessarily the correct answer, that the evidence can be made to point wherever the people in power need it to point. That closing a case and solving a case are entirely different things, and that in Springfield, those two things are often treated as synonymous. An early draft of the script had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers considered this seriously and nearly committed to it before abandoning the idea because they couldn't work out where to take the character afterward. The answer was not fixed in advance by the architecture of the mystery. The clues were adjusted after the fact to fit whatever answer the writers eventually chose. Which means the mystery was built backward, and a mystery built backward from the answer outward to the clues is a mystery whose official resolution is more about convenience than truth. In a town where every single resident had a documented motive, where dozens of people were carrying weapons, where the victim had just stolen the sun from the entire community, how is it possible that only one person acted? Springfield is not a town known for restraint. Its residents riot over trivial disputes. They have burned their own town hall down over a misunderstanding involving a bear. But when one man blocks out the sun over the entire community and threatens every living thing in the town, only one shot is fired? Either Springfield's population is significantly more controlled than the show has spent 30 years portraying, or the shooting wasn't as spontaneous as the official story needs it to be. The case is officially closed. The show committed to Maggie and the writers maintain that position. But the contest that nobody won, the sundial clue that Burns himself called accidental, the alternate endings that were fully produced, the season 18 confession that nobody followed up on, the final shot of Maggie alone and mimicking a trigger pull, all of it together suggests that the greatest mystery in Simpsons history was never truly solved. It was simply managed. Closed the way things get closed in Springfield, by consensus, by convenience, by identifying the one suspect who could absorb the verdict without consequences. In Springfield, closing a case and solving it are two very different things, and the town has always been more interested in the former. Section 4. How is Mr. Burns still alive? Let the quiet settle back in. Let the images from the previous theory drift apart like smoke. We're going to slow down now, move into something more contemplative, a question that the show has been gesturing toward for decades without ever fully committing to an answer. How is Charles Montgomery Burns still alive? This is not a rhetorical question. Within the established canon of The Simpsons, within the internal rules of the show's own universe, Charles Montgomery Burns is a medical impossibility. His age has been stated, suggested, and casually contradicted across dozens of episodes over 36 seasons. But every version of the available timeline places his birth somewhere in the latter part of the 19th century. He has referenced personal memories from before the turn of the 20th century, as though recounting things he personally experienced. He has spoken about events from the 1910s in the first person. He has described professional relationships with historical figures who died before most of the show's current audience was born. By the most conservative reading of the evidence, Burns is well past 100 years old. By a more liberal reading of the show's internal timeline, he may be pushing 140. And he doesn't merely exist, he functions. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He manipulates municipal politics with sustained strategic intelligence. He orchestrates complex, multi-stage schemes that require long-term planning, working knowledge of modern finance, modern technology, and modern law, and a cognitive flexibility that most people half his age would struggle to maintain. His body is frail, yes. His physical strength is effectively non existent, but his mind operates with a razor edged sharpness that no other character in Springfield can match in terms of strategic sophistication. Burns is arguably the most intelligent, most dangerous, most cognitively intact character in the entire show. And he has been operating at that level for longer than any human being should be capable of sustained consciousness. The show addresses his medical situation directly in the Springfield files. As we discussed when we were exploring the radiation theory, Burns undergoes a weekly medical regimen so extreme that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow. The treatment keeps him alive for exactly 7 days, 1 week. Miss a dose, and Burns dies. There is no margin for error. His continued existence depends on a precise, uninterrupted schedule of medical intervention. The treatment involves radiation, of course. The man who owns a nuclear power plant, whose facility has been leaking radioactive material into Springfield's water supply and atmosphere for decades, is personally dependent on controlled doses of radiation to maintain his own biological function. Burns is not merely profiting from radiation. He is, in the most literal sense, powered by it. His body has been so fundamentally altered by over a century of proximity to nuclear material that it can no longer sustain itself through normal cellular metabolism. It requires external input in the form of weekly radiation treatments, the way a conventional human body requires food and water. Remove the treatment. The system collapses in 7 days. This creates the conditions for one of the show's most quietly unsettling relationships. Smithers. Waylon Smithers is Burns' assistant, his first employee, his most devoted servant, and the person who ensures that Burns makes every weekly appointment. Smithers manages Burns' entire schedule, monitors his physical condition with the vigilance of a clinician, and has been doing so for decades. The show has established repeatedly in ways both played for humor and played for genuine pathos that if Smithers were ever removed from the picture, Burns would be helpless. Not emotionally helpless, physically helpless. Without Smithers managing the treatment schedule and the appointments and the infrastructure of Burns' medical maintenance, Burns would miss a dose. And the disease equilibrium, which we'll get to in a moment, would collapse. Smithers is not merely devoted to Burns out of the complicated emotional attachment the show develops across years of episodes. He is devoted because he understands at some level that his absence is a death sentence. He is keeping Burns alive through logistical competence, and he knows it. That knowledge is the real foundation of their relationship, underneath all the comedy and the pathos and the unrequited affection. Smithers holds Burns' life in his appointment book. The disease situation deserves its own moment. In one of the show's most quoted and most genuinely funny scenes, Burns visits a doctor for a checkup and the doctor delivers his findings. Burns has every disease known to medical science. Every single one simultaneously, all present in his body at the same time. Every illness, every pathology, every known human disease is actively present in Burns' biology simultaneously. But the doctor explains that because every disease is present at once, they exist in a state of perfect biological equilibrium. Each illness is being blocked by every other illness. They're all trying to kill Burns at the same time, and because they're all competing simultaneously, none of them can gain the momentum needed to progress. The doctor calls it Three Stooges syndrome, comparing it to 3 people all trying to squeeze through a narrow doorway at once. None of them can get through because they're all blocking each other. Burns is the sickest man in America, and functionally indestructible because everything that should kill him is canceling out everything else that should kill him. The show plays this for laughs. It works as a joke. But if you accept the radiation theory, the disease equilibrium makes a different kind of terrible sense. Burns' body is not maintaining this balance through any natural biological process. The weekly radiation treatments are what's doing it. The treatments don't cure his diseases, they manage them. They hold every illness in precise stasis, balanced against every other illness, preventing any single condition from gaining enough momentum to break through and kill him. It's not medicine in any conventional sense, it's nuclear maintenance. Burns's body is a reactor, and his weekly treatments are the equivalent of adjusting the control rods. His connection to historical events adds a strange weight to the immortality question. The show has depicted Burns as personally present at or involved in an extraordinary number of historical moments across American history. He attended Yale. He served in some capacity during the Second World War, a capacity the show portrays as morally ambiguous at best. He was somehow involved with a $1 trillion bill issued by the United States government during the war and kept it hidden for decades. He has referenced the Gilded Age not as a period of history, but as something he personally witnessed and participated in. His family wealth predates the Industrial Revolution. The Burns family tree, as the show constructs it across various episodes and references, is one of the oldest and most continuously powerful lineages in American history. They were not merely wealthy, they were the kind of wealthy that builds infrastructure and then charges everyone else to use it. The kind of wealthy that operates above law and accountability because the entire legal and political framework around them was shaped by their money. The kind of wealthy that does not experience the world the way other people do, because the world was, in a very real sense, built around their needs and preferences. Burns inherited this legacy, and he has been extending it for well over a century. The show never answers a question that sits at the edge of all of this. Is Burns unique in his extreme longevity, or has his family always found ways to extend their lifespans? If the current Burns has been alive for 140 years through artificial means, through radiation treatments and pharmaceutical management, and the infrastructure of extreme wealth applied to the problem of not dying, then what were the methods used by the Burns patriarchs who came before him? Before nuclear radiation was understood, before modern medicine existed, before any of the technology that currently keeps Burns alive, what did the Burns family do to maintain their grip on power across generations? The show doesn't say, but it does establish that the Burns dynasty has been in unbroken control of its fortune for longer than most American institutions have existed. That kind of continuity across that kind of time span doesn't happen through normal generational succession. It requires either extraordinary luck, which seems unlikely, or extraordinary measures. The relationship between Burns and death itself is worth examining carefully, because it runs throughout the whole series. Burns has come closer to dying than almost any other character in the show's history. He's been shot by Maggie Simpson. He's been hospitalized more times than the show tracks consistently. He's been collapsed, attacked, poisoned, abandoned in the wilderness, and every time he comes back. But the nature of his comeback is different from Homer's. Homer survives things because the show needs him to survive, and because, under the radiation theory, his mutated biology has developed an almost supernatural physical resilience. Homer's immortality is passive. It's built into him. He doesn't have to do anything to survive. His body just keeps going. Burns's immortality is different. Burns comes back through machinery, through money, through the system he has spent a century building and maintaining precisely to ensure that no matter what happens to his physical form, there will always be the resources, the personnel, and the infrastructure to put him back together and keep him going. Every dollar he has ever spent, every politician he has ever bought, every doctor he has retained, every pharmaceutical research initiative he has funded serves this single purpose: keep Burns alive. Keep the treatments coming. Keep the diseases balanced. Keep the control rods adjusted. Homer's immortality is a gift from the contamination. Burns's immortality is an engineering project. The most unsettling dimension of the Burns immortality question is what it says about Springfield's relationship with him. Burns's continued existence is not something Springfield simply tolerates. Springfield needs it. The town's economy runs on the power plant. The power plant runs on Burns. Burns runs on the treatments. The treatments run on the infrastructure that Burns's wealth provides. It is a closed loop, a self-sustaining system where the man and the machine and the money all feed each other in an endless cycle with no natural terminus. Springfield cannot kill Burns, even if it wanted to, because Springfield cannot survive without Burns. And Burns cannot die because dying would mean the entire system he built would finally be forced to answer for what it has done to the people living inside it. He is the oldest man in Springfield, possibly the oldest man in America, kept alive by weekly radiation treatments and sustained by a fortune that predates the nation itself, protected by an employee whose devotion is functionally a medical necessity, surrounded by a population too neurologically compromised to question why their employer has personal memories of the Spanish-American War and glows faintly after his Thursday appointments. He is not immortal in any mystical sense. He is something more specific and more disturbing than that. He is too expensive to die. He is a man who has applied the full weight of generational wealth to the single project of his own continued existence. And the project has been successful for longer than most governments have lasted. And Springfield will keep paying the bill, for as long as Burns keeps the lights on, which, if the treatment schedule holds, and Smithers keeps the appointments, and the diseases stay balanced, and the reactor keeps running, will be forever. Section 5. The Principal and the Pauper, the Infrastructure of Springfield's Denial. We're going to talk now about the episode that made a significant portion of the Simpsons fan base furious when it aired in 1997, and has never fully recovered its reputation in the years since. The episode that critics and dedicated fans consistently cite as the moment the show betrayed its own continuity, the moment the writers stopped caring about the coherent reality of their own fictional world. But what if the fans have been reading this episode backward? What if it didn't break The Simpsons? What if it revealed what The Simpsons had always been? The episode is Season 9, Episode 2, The Principal and the Pauper. It aired on September 28, 1997, and the backlash was immediate and intense and has essentially never subsided. Here is what happens in the episode. Springfield Elementary holds a ceremony honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. During the celebration, an unexpected visitor arrives, a stranger nobody in the room recognizes. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was believed dead after being captured as a prisoner of war in Southeast Asia, who survived his captivity, escaped, and came home to discover that someone else had been living his life for the past 2 decades. The man Springfield has known as Principal Seymour Skinner, the man who has been running their school and raising his mother's children and participating in their community for 20 years, is an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian, and his story is this. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a street kid, a petty criminal from a background with no stability and no direction. He was drafted, served in the army, ended up in the same unit as the real Seymour Skinner. When Skinner was captured and presumed killed, Tamzarian felt a devastating guilt. He traveled to Springfield to deliver the news of Skinner's death to Skinner's mother, Agnes. But when he arrived, Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son. She had been waiting for Seymour. She had been holding a space for him in her life. And Tamzarian, who had never been wanted by anyone in his entire life, who had never had a family or a home or an identity worth keeping, simply went along with it. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name and the rank and the apartment and the relationship with the mother and the job at the school and lived inside that borrowed identity for 2 decades until the real Skinner walked through the door. Now, here is where the episode does something extraordinary, and where the show's real thesis about Springfield becomes most explicit. The town holds a meeting. Everyone is present. The truth is fully exposed. The real Seymour Skinner is standing there. Armin Tamzarian is standing there. Everyone in Springfield knows with complete certainty that their principal is a fraud, that the man who has been the part of their community for 20 years is not who he said he was. And the town votes, not on whether to prosecute Tamzarian, not on whether to restore Skinner's rightful identity. They vote on whether to acknowledge the truth at all. The verdict is unanimous. They choose the lie. They choose to keep things exactly as they were before the real Skinner arrived. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree that the imposter will be the real Skinner from this point forward. The real Seymour Skinner, the actual veteran, the man whose life and name were stolen, is physically tied to the back of a railroad car and removed from Springfield. And the judge explicitly makes it illegal to ever mention the truth again, under penalty of punishment. Take a moment with that. An entire town, collectively, deliberately, through a formal legal process with a judge presiding, voted to sustain a known lie. They had definitive proof that a major public figure in their community had been operating under a stolen identity. They had the actual person whose identity was stolen standing in front of them. And they chose the fake. They chose the comfortable fiction over the uncomfortable truth. They sentenced truth itself to exile and criminalized the act of speaking it. Fans hated this episode intensely. The criticism was fierce and has remained so. Harry Shearer, the actor who voices Skinner among other characters, publicly stated his displeasure with the storyline. Critics argued that it retroactively destroyed everything the audience had known and cared about in terms of Skinner's character. His entire history, his military service, his complicated relationship with his mother, his long-running dynamic with Bart, was revealed as a construction built on someone else's life. The episode consistently ranks among the worst in the series. It is often cited as the specific moment when the show stopped caring about its own internal consistency. But here is the thing that the critics and the frustrated fans have been missing for over 25 years. The episode is completely honest about what Springfield is. It just says the quiet part out loud. Springfield has always operated this way. This is not a departure from the show's established behavior. This is the show making that behavior explicit, showing you the mechanism, letting you watch the process happen in real time instead of cutting away before the vote is taken. Consider the pattern. Springfield has experienced events across the show's entire run that should have permanently altered its reality. The town has been physically destroyed and rebuilt. It has been sealed under a government dome. It has survived nuclear near misses and environmental catastrophes. It has encountered aliens, witnessed supernatural events, had its son stolen by a local billionaire. And after every single one of these world-altering experiences, by the next episode, everything is back to normal. Nobody references what happened. The slate is clean. The loop resets. Fans call this episodic storytelling. The radiation theory explains it as cognitive damage from chronic neurological exposure to environmental contaminants. The coma theory explains it as the reset mechanism of a dreaming brain between cycles. But the principal and the pauper offers a fourth explanation, one that is perhaps the most disturbing of all. Springfield resets because the town chooses to reset, deliberately, collectively, through an unspoken social contract that operates at the level of community identity, a consensus agreement that says, we will not acknowledge what happened. We will maintain the agreed-upon version of reality. We will treat the convenient lie as truth, and the inconvenient truth as a kind of trespassing. And anyone who breaks this contract, anyone who insists on the true version of events when the community has already voted to adopt the false version, will be removed. That is not a cartoon trope. That is how actual communities function. Small towns in particular have a well-documented capacity for collective denial that operates through exactly this mechanism. Scandals get buried. Crimes disappear from community memory. Uncomfortable truths get rewritten through repetition and social pressure until the official version is the only version anyone can access. The community doesn't necessarily lie consciously. It simply stops making room for the true version. It stops providing space for it to exist. And without that space, the truth erodes. Springfield's amnesia is not a glitch in the show's writing. It is a feature of the town's psychology. And the feature is a defense mechanism. A deep structural response to a situation that the town's residents cannot afford to confront directly. Think about the chain of implication if Springfield were to maintain its memory between episodes. If the residents remembered the EPA dome, they would have to acknowledge the severity of the environmental contamination. If they acknowledged the contamination, they would have to confront the power plant. If they confronted the power plant, they would have to challenge Burns. If they challenged Burns, the economy that depends entirely on his continued operation of the plant would destabilize. If the economy destabilized, the town would face a crisis it has no institutional capacity to manage. So they forget. They vote to forget. They make remembering illegal. And anyone who remembers too much, anyone who shows up with documentation of the truth, gets tied to a train car and removed from the community. The real Seymour Skinner was Springfield's canary in the coal mine. He arrived with proof that the official narrative was wrong, that the person the community had organized itself around was not who he claimed to be. And the community's response was not to thank him for the information. It was to classify the information as a threat, criminalize the messenger, and exile him. That is the show making its thesis explicit. That is Springfield telling you directly how it maintains the impossible stability of its own reality. Not through radiation-induced amnesia, though that may be a contributing mechanism. Not through the closed logic of a dreaming brain, though that reading is compelling. Through conscious, deliberate, democratically enacted collective denial. Through a social contract that puts the preservation of comfortable fiction above the acknowledgement of uncomfortable fact. Every reset in the show's history is a vote. Every time Springfield wakes up in the next episode with no memory of the previous disaster, it is voted at some level to adopt the fiction of normalcy over the reality of what actually happened. The vote is not always as explicit as the one in this episode. Usually it happens off-screen, in the space between the credits of one episode and the cold open of the next. But the mechanism is the same. The principal in the pauper didn't damage The Simpsons. It diagnosed Springfield. It handed the audience the key to understanding every continuity error, every impossible reset, every catastrophe that left no mark on the following week's episode. The show looked at the audience and said, "This is how the town works. This is the machinery." Now that you've seen it running, go back and look at every other episode with this knowledge in your pocket. And if the coma theory is layered on top of this reading, the episode takes on an even darker dimension. If Homer is dreaming since April 1993, if every episode is a product of his unconscious mind, then Homer's dreaming brain invented a scenario in which an entire town votes to sustain a stolen identity as legitimate. Why would Homer's unconscious mind create this particular story? Because Homer's coma is itself a stolen identity. A fake life replacing a real one. A dream version of existence substituting for actual consciousness. Homer's brain needed to believe that stolen identities can become real through collective agreement. That the fake version of a life can replace the true version, and as long as nobody questions it, as long as the community keeps voting to maintain the fiction, the dream holds. Armin Tamzarian is still Principal Skinner. Springfield is still pretending everything is fine. And the real Seymour Skinner is somewhere out there, tied to a train, exiled from his own life. The last honest man in a town that made honesty illegal. Section 6. Maggie Simpson, the quietest and most dangerous person in Springfield. Let your body go a little heavier. Let the thoughts slow down. We're moving into the quietest corner of the Simpson family now, and the story we find there might be the most interesting one of all. Maggie Simpson doesn't talk. She doesn't walk reliably. She communicates through pacifier movements and the occasional pointed stare, and a level of observational intensity that becomes unnerving the longer you think about it. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. And in all that time, without saying a word, without walking consistently, without doing any of the things that mark visible developmental progress, she has accomplished more than every other member of her family combined. She shot a billionaire. She led a rebellion in a daycare facility against an authoritarian caretaker, organizing the other infants in the room into a coordinated act of resistance without using language. She has saved her family from multiple life-threatening situations, each time through a combination of timing, spatial intelligence, and a capacity for improvisation that most adults would struggle to access under pressure. She has demonstrated repeatedly problem-solving abilities that exceed those of adults several times her age. She was tested in various episodes and found to possess intelligence registering so far above the standard measurement scale that the scale itself became inadequate. And through all of it, every remarkable thing she has ever done, she maintains her silence. Absolute and deliberate silence. Let's think about the shooting first, because even though we've already spent time with the who shot Mr. Burns question from the investigation side, Maggie's role in the aftermath is worth examining on its own terms. Whether she fired the gun intentionally or whether it discharged accidentally during the struggle, the aftermath is what reveals something important about who she is. After Burns identified her as the shooter, after the police investigated and reviewed the evidence, the official conclusion was that yes, this infant committed an act of violence against the wealthiest and most powerful adult in the town, and there is absolutely nothing anyone can do about it. Chief Wiggum's position was simply that no jury would convict a baby. And that was it. The matter was closed. Maggie was identified as the shooter and not prosecuted. But watch the final shot of that episode. The room empties. Everyone leaves. Maggie is alone. She checks her surroundings carefully, looking around to confirm that she is not being observed. Then, only when she is certain she has privacy, she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics the act of pulling a trigger. The show frames this as confirmation of guilt. Maggie did it, and she knows she did it. But the sequence of actions that precedes the gesture is worth more attention. She didn't perform the motion immediately. She waited. She assessed the room. She verified her solitude. Then she acted. That is a sequence of behaviors requiring situational awareness, memory of context, anticipatory caution about social consequences, and the ability to evaluate when it is safe to do something versus when it is not. Those are not traits commonly associated with infants. Those are the traits of someone who understands that certain actions have implications, that certain displays are better made privately than publicly, and that managing what other people observe about you is a meaningful strategic concern. She is 1 year old. The Longest Daycare is a 2012 theatrical short film screened before Ice Age, Continental Drift, and it received an Academy Award nomination. It is also the clearest, most sustained, most unambiguous portrait of Maggie's intelligence that the franchise has ever produced. The premise is simple. Maggie is at a daycare center. She discovers a caterpillar about to form its chrysalis. She wants to protect it. Another baby, A bully named Gerald with a unibrow that marks him as something of a recurring antagonist in Maggie's world wants to destroy it. What follows is 7 minutes of Maggie solving a series of escalating problems with the kind of adaptive intelligence and calm strategic thinking that would be impressive in an experienced adult. She reads the environment she's in. She identifies the threats. She maps the facility's systems and constraints. She develops approaches on the fly when the first approach doesn't work. She executes multi-step plans requiring precise timing, accurate spatial prediction, and the ability to model other people's behavior and anticipate their next moves. And she does all of this while limited to the motor skills of a 1-year-old. She falls. She stumbles. She crawls when her mind wants to run. Her physical development is entirely age-appropriate. Her cognitive development is operating at a level her body cannot yet support. Every choice she makes is correct. Every move is optimized. She never panics, never freezes, never abandons a plan partway through because the situation changed unexpectedly. She adapts in real time. She reads what's in front of her and responds with the right answer. That is the behavior of an exceptional mind operating under extraordinary physical constraint. Now consider the strategic dimension of her silence. Maggie's first word was "daddy," spoken once in an episode where Elizabeth Taylor provided the voice for that single syllable. It was a moment of enormous emotional weight, and then it never happened again. Maggie has gone 36 years without developing language in any meaningful way. She is surrounded by a family of intensely verbal people. Homer talks constantly. Marge narrates her own anxieties out loud as they occur to her. Bart never stops provoking, commenting, challenging, and announcing. Lisa never stops explaining, arguing, lecturing, and advocating. The Simpson household is a continuous wall of sound. And in the middle of all of it, Maggie sits in silence, watching everything, missing nothing. The theory that a substantial number of fans have arrived at independently through different routes is this. Maggie's silence is not developmental delay. It is a conscious strategic decision made by a mind intelligent enough to have already calculated the costs of being visible. Look at what happens to the intelligent women in this family. Lisa Simpson is brilliant. By almost any metric available within the show's universe, Lisa is a genius operating at a level that places her far above everyone else in her household and most adults in Springfield. And what has that intelligence earned her? Isolation, mockery, dismissal. She speaks up and gets ignored. She challenges authority and gets punished. She tries to make things better and gets crushed under the weight of a community that doesn't want to be improved by an 8-year-old, even a brilliant one. Lisa's intelligence is her most defining characteristic, and because she wears it on the outside, because she announces it through her behavior and her words and her refusal to pretend things are fine when they aren't, the world around her responds by making sure she knows how little that matters in Springfield. Maggie watched this happen. She has been watching it happen since the day she was born. She watched her sister fight relentlessly for recognition and receive nothing but resistance. She observed the dynamic with the patience and completeness of a scientist conducting a long-term study. And she did not draw the same conclusions Lisa drew. Lisa's conclusion from her experience is that you keep fighting regardless of the cost, because the fighting itself has meaning even when the outcomes don't come. That is an admirable position. It is also a position that produces a certain kind of identifiable suffering. Maggie drew a different conclusion. She learned that silence is power. Invisibility is armor. The less they notice you, the more you can actually accomplish. Consider the pattern of Maggie's most significant moments throughout the series. Every time she does something extraordinary, what happens? The family doesn't notice. The community doesn't notice. The investigation into the Burns shooting focused on every adult in Springfield before anyone seriously considered the baby. because who investigates a baby? The daycare rebellion succeeded because adults don't monitor infants closely enough to see them organizing. Every heroic act, every demonstration of intelligence, every intervention that saves a life or resolves a crisis happens beneath the threshold of adult attention. Maggie has ensured this by maintaining the most effective disguise available to her. She performs the role of a completely typical infant, quiet, passive, dependent, incapable of intentional action. She presents the world with exactly the baby it expects to see, and the world, satisfied by the performance, looks elsewhere. She is none of those things. She is the opposite of all of them. If you layer the radiation theory onto this, the picture becomes fascinating. The show has established that Springfield's contaminated environment affects different people differently. Homer is the clearest example of radiation's negative cognitive effects. His mutation reduced his intelligence dramatically. His brain function is diminished, his memory unreliable, his capacity for sustained rational thought compromised. Maggie is the other end of the spectrum. Where Homer's cognitive function was diminished by the environmental contamination, Maggie's appears to have been dramatically amplified. Same family, same household, same water supply, and same air. But where the father's brain was diminished by whatever the power plant has been doing to Springfield's biology, the youngest daughter's was enhanced to a degree that can't be properly measured. Homer and Maggie are two poles of the same radioactive reality. He is what happens when mutation takes something away. She is what happens when it gives something extraordinary. And if you overlay the coma theory, Maggie's genius takes on a dimension of pure heartbreak. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode is the product of an unconscious mind holding on to the people it loves most in the world, then Maggie's extraordinary intelligence is Homer's deepest wish for his youngest child projected onto the dream. He cannot watch her grow up. He cannot be there when she takes her first real steps, or says her first real sentence, or shows anyone what she is actually capable of. He is lying in a hospital bed. He is missing all of it. So in the dream, he makes her extraordinary. He gives her an intelligence that transcends her age. He makes her capable of things no baby could do, because in the dream, he needs to believe that Maggie will be all right, that she will protect herself, that she will navigate the world without him there to see it, because his unconscious mind understands at some level that he may not be there. Her genius is not just a mutation under this reading, it is a father's prayer, the most private and the most devastating kind of hope, the kind you can only fully articulate when you're dreaming. But in the waking Springfield, in the show as it presents itself episode after episode, the darker reading of Maggie persists alongside the tender one. She doesn't speak because she has learned that speaking gets you nothing in this town. She doesn't reveal what she knows because knowledge is punished in Springfield when it threatens the comfortable equilibrium. She watches everything. She processes everything. She stores everything, and she waits. The show has never revealed what Maggie is waiting for. Her endgame is the last truly unsolved mystery in the Simpson family. Because unlike every other character in the show, we genuinely don't know what she is capable of at full expression. We've seen glimpses. The shooting, the daycare rebellion, the moments of quiet, focused, decisive action, in the background of episodes that the show almost doesn't want you to notice. She is 1 year old. She cannot walk without falling. She cannot speak beyond a small collection of sounds, and she is the most powerful person on Evergreen Terrace. She just hasn't decided what to do about it yet. And perhaps that is the most unsettling thing about Maggie. Not the gun, not the intelligence, not the silence, but the patience. Behind that pacifier, behind those enormous dark eyes, behind 36 years of deliberate and strategic quiet, something is thinking. Something is planning. Something is watching the family and the town and the world with a clarity and a completeness that nobody suspects and nobody is positioned to contain. When Maggie finally decides to act, when she finally breaks the silence she has maintained so carefully for so long, Springfield will not see it coming. Nobody will. Because that is precisely how she designed it. Section 7. The Simpsons Predictions. Breathe in slowly. Let everything soften a little. We're going to move now into territory that feels different from what we've been exploring. Lighter in some ways, stranger in others. The phenomenon that made The Simpsons more famous in certain corners of the internet during the 2020s than it was during its actual peak years. The idea that a cartoon sitcom that began in 1989 has been accurately forecasting world events for over 36 years. Let's get the famous ones out of the way first, because you've almost certainly seen them circulating online. In the year 2000, an episode called Bart to the Future depicted a future in which Lisa Simpson, as an adult, becomes the President of the United States. The episode is presented as a brief glimpse into a possible future. And in that same episode, Lisa's immediate predecessor in the Oval Office is identified as Donald Trump. The episode aired in the year 2000, 16 years before Trump won the 2016 presidential election. The show depicted a Trump presidency as a satirical observation about where American celebrity culture and politics were heading. And then American celebrity culture and politics headed exactly there. The internet's collective reaction when this episode resurfaced after the 2016 election was somewhere between astonishment and a kind of uneasy reverence. Screenshots spread everywhere. Clips circulated on every platform. The phrase, "The Simpsons predicted it," became a meme that transcended the show's actual audience and entered mainstream consciousness. People who hadn't thought about The Simpsons in 2 decades were suddenly sharing clips and asking, how did they know? The list continues. In a 1995 episode, the show depicted a device worn on the wrist that functions with uncanny similarity to what a modern smartwatch does. In a 1998 episode, a mathematical equation visible on a chalkboard in the background of a scene appears to predict the mass of the Higgs boson particle, a theoretical particle that wasn't experimentally confirmed until 2012. In a 1999 episode, Homer proposes a theory that the universe is shaped like a donut, and years later, cosmologists analyzing cosmic microwave background radiation found patterns suggesting the universe might have a toroidal, donut-like topology. In a 1993 episode, a flu virus originating from Asia spreads to Springfield, causing mass panic, supply shortages, and a frantic community search for a cure. The episode aired 27 years before COVID-19. During the chaos of that fictional outbreak, the townspeople accidentally release a swarm of bees, which took on a bizarrely prescient quality when Asian giant hornets, which the media immediately branded murder hornets, showed up in the United States during the early months of the actual pandemic. In 1996, in an episode called Homer Palooza, a joke involves the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally booking the London Symphony Orchestra for a concert appearance. That exact collaboration, Cypress Hill performing with the London Symphony Orchestra, actually happened in 2024. 28 years between the joke and the reality. In a 1998 episode, the show depicted what amounts to the Walt Disney Company acquiring 20th Century Fox. That acquisition was completed in 2019. Across multiple episodes stretching through the 90s and into the 2000s, the show depicted video calling technology, autocorrect failures, and a culture of pervasive digital surveillance, all of which became ordinary features of daily life in the decade that followed. Each time a new apparent prediction surfaces, the internet produces the same reaction. A mixture of genuine amazement, creeping unease, and the question that won't go away. How are they doing this? Are the writers receiving information from somewhere they shouldn't have access to? Is there some version of the show existing outside of time, capable of reaching backward to place details that would only make sense decades later? The people who actually make the show have a clear and direct answer to this. Al Jean, who has been an executive producer on The Simpsons since its earliest seasons, addressed the prediction phenomenon without hesitation. His explanation was essentially this: if you throw enough darts at a dartboard for long enough, some of them will hit the center. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes across 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of satirical observations, extrapolations, jokes, references, and background details about American culture, technology, politics, and society. When you generate that volume of content over that span of time, statistical probability guarantees that some portion of it will align with future events. Not because the future was being predicted, because the content was so vast that coincidence was mathematically inevitable. Producer Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its most celebrated seasons, made the point even more plainly. The vast majority of supposed predictions are coincidences made to look meaningful because the episodes are old enough that history has had time to echo them. The world is a pattern generating system, and the human brain is a pattern recognition system. And when you expose a pattern recognition system to 36 years of content about American culture, it will find patterns. Organizations that specialize in verifying or debunking claims, examining the supposed predictions systematically, found that most of them have mundane explanations. Many are based on trends that were already clearly visible when the episodes were written. The writers didn't predict Trump's presidency. They observed that Trump had been publicly suggesting he might run for national office since the late 1980s, and wrote a joke about the logical endpoint of celebrity culture entering politics. They didn't predict the Disney-Fox merger. They observed that media consolidation was an accelerating trend, and wrote a joke about the extreme version of that trend. They didn't predict smartwatches. They looked at the trajectory of miniaturization in technology and imagined where it was going. The writing staff of The Simpsons historically has been among the most academically credentialed in television history. Multiple writers hold degrees from Harvard, Yale, and other elite research institutions. Many have academic backgrounds in mathematics, hard sciences, computer science, and political theory. These are not people guessing randomly. They are highly educated observers of American culture who have spent their careers studying how systems behave, analyzing trajectories, and extrapolating current patterns to their logical conclusions. They're not predicting the future. They are reading the present with exceptional clarity and then extending it forward a few steps. That explanation accounts for the majority of the predictions, but it doesn't comfortably account for all of them. Some of the coincidences are so specific, so granularly detailed, that statistical probability begins to feel like an inadequate frame. The Trump prediction didn't merely forecast that a celebrity might one day run for president, it named Trump specifically. And the episode depicted him descending an escalator in a visual sequence that mirrors the actual announcement he made in 2015, with a specificity that goes beyond general trend extrapolation. The Siegfried and Roy episode didn't just explore the general theme of exotic animal performers. It depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers, which is almost exactly what happened in 2003 when Roy Horn was critically injured by one of the act's white tigers. That is a specific detail aligning with a specific subsequent event in a way that feels like more than coincidence, even when you understand the mathematics of coincidence. And this is where the meta theory comes in. The one that is ultimately more interesting than any conspiracy about time-traveling screenwriters or prophecy encoded in cartoon format. The Simpsons doesn't predict the future. The Simpsons shapes it, not through magic, not through any mechanism that operates outside ordinary cause and effect. Through cultural influence, which is a force more powerful and more pervasive than most people give it credit for. The Simpsons is one of the most watched, most quoted, most referenced, and most deeply embedded pieces of American media ever produced. It has been running for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Its observations have entered the American cultural bloodstream at a level of saturation that is genuinely unprecedented for a fictional television program. When The Simpsons depicts something as an obvious joke about where things are heading, that depiction enters the cultural conversation. Millions of people absorb it. It becomes a reference point. It becomes part of how people understand and discuss the thing being satirized. And here is the effect. When The Simpsons makes a joke about Trump becoming president, that joke does not predict the event. It primes people's cultural imagination for the event. It makes the idea feel familiar rather than shocking. It makes a Trump presidency feel like an inevitable punchline rather than an impossibility. And when the punchline arrives, when reality catches up with the joke, it doesn't feel like the future arriving. It feels like recognition. It feels like we've seen this before. The Simpsons already told us this was coming. The show didn't predict the Disney-Fox merger. The show made media consolidation feel like an obvious satirical conclusion, inevitable and somewhat absurd. When Disney actually acquired Fox, the cultural response from people who remembered the episode wasn't shock. It was a kind of tired, knowing nod. Of course, we knew this was going to happen. The Simpsons already did this episode. The show's satire doesn't forecast the future. It normalizes the future. It takes trends that are already in motion, presents them as accomplished facts for comedic purposes, and by doing so, makes the eventual arrival of those facts feel familiar and pre-processed rather than startling. The audience experiences déjà vu when reality catches up with the satire, and that déjà vu feels like prophecy when it's actually the result of having been culturally prepared for the outcome years in advance. Springfield doesn't reflect America. America has gradually come to resemble Springfield. The show held up a mirror for 36 years, and the audience stared into it long enough that the world on their side of the mirror started to drift toward the world they kept seeing in the reflection. And here is the final piece. The piece that makes the whole prediction phenomenon genuinely interesting rather than merely curious. The Simpsons has also made thousands of predictions that never came true. Jokes about jetpacks and moon colonies. Projections about technology that never materialized. Satirical observations about political outcomes that went in completely different directions. Nobody screenshots those. Nobody shares them. Nobody builds content around the predictions that missed because confirmation bias operates in a single direction. The brain files the hits and discards the misses. The hits become legend and the misses dissolve. When you produce nearly 800 episodes containing tens of thousands of satirical observations about the trajectory of human civilization, and then you filter all of those observations through a confirmation bias engine as powerful as the internet, selecting only the ones that aligned with subsequent reality and amplifying them while suppressing everything else, you end up with a highlight reel that looks like prophecy. The predictions are not supernatural. They are not conspiratorial. They are the mathematical result of a brilliantly written show running for an impossibly long time, producing more satirical content about American culture than any other show in television history, staffed by highly educated pattern observers, and then having that content filtered through the most powerful confirmation bias mechanism ever built. The show didn't predict the future. The show wrote so many possible futures that some of them were guaranteed to arrive. And the ones that arrived are the only ones anyone remembers. But try explaining that to someone the next time a clip from 1998 lines up with a headline from today. Because even knowing exactly how the mechanism works, even understanding the statistics and the confirmation bias and the cultural priming, it is still impressive to watch. 800 episodes, 36 years, tens of thousands of observations, and enough bullseyes to make even the show's own writers pause and wonder, in their quieter moments, whether they know something they shouldn't. Section 8. Mona Simpson and the Three-Generation Conspiracy. Let your mind settle now? Close your eyes if they're not already closed. What we're about to explore is quieter than some of the theories we've visited. It moves more slowly, but it's the one that sits at the heart of what Homer Simpson is, where he came from, why he became the specific kind of broken person he is, and who is responsible. It starts with a grave. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the official story, the one established in the show's early episodes and maintained without challenge. Abe Simpson, Homer's father, had told him his mother passed away when Homer was very young. He showed Homer a headstone. Homer mourned. He grew up carrying the knowledge that he was a boy whose mother had died, whose father was too emotionally closed and distant to fill the space she had left behind. That belief shaped Homer in every important way. His desperate and somewhat exhausting need to be liked by everyone around him. His terror of abandonment. His clinging attachment to Marge, this constant low-level fear that if he does the wrong thing, if he fails in some critical way, he will lose her and be alone again. His willingness to endure humiliation and dismissal from Burns, from his colleagues, from the world, rather than risk losing the one stable structure in his life, which is his family. Homer Simpson's entire emotional architecture is a monument built to manage maternal loss. His character, his comedy, his tragedy, all of it flows from that absence. And in season 7, the show revealed that the absence was a lie. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It aired in November of 1995, and it is widely regarded as one of the finest episodes in the entire run of the series. The setup begins with Homer faking his death to avoid working on a Saturday, pushing a dummy off a cliff near the plant. When Marge insists he go to the Hall of Records and correct the resulting administrative error, Homer discovers something that changes everything. According to municipal records, his mother is alive. She is not dead. The grave Abe showed him was not hers. The headstone Homer mourned over as a child belongs to a poet named Walt Whitman. Abe had been using a famous writer's burial marker to represent his wife's supposed death for the entirety of Homer's life. Homer finds Mona at the cemetery, visiting what she believes is her son's grave. She doesn't recognize the adult man in front of her at first. He has changed. He has grown into someone she wasn't there to see becoming. But when Homer proves who he is, the reunion that follows is one of the most genuinely emotional scenes the show has ever produced. A grown man and his mother, separated for 27 years, finding each other beside a headstone belonging to neither of them. And then Mona tells him why she left. She didn't die. She didn't leave because she stopped loving him. She left because staying would have put Homer and Abe in danger. Because the man who owned the power plant, the man Homer would eventually grow up to work for without knowing the connection, had destroyed her life and driven her underground. It goes back to 1969. Mona Simpson was, at that point, a Springfield housewife, married to Abe, mother to a young boy named Homer. She was ordinary, unremarkable, living a quiet domestic life in a town she'd grown up in. And then, gradually, she wasn't. The show depicts her radicalization with characteristic comic energy, but the emotional weight behind it is genuine. Mona became involved with a group of activists, and that group had a specific target: a biological weapons laboratory owned and operated by Mr. Burns. Not just a nuclear power plant with safety violations. A laboratory specifically designed to produce biological weapons, operating in Springfield, the same town where Homer Simpson was growing up, where children were playing, where families were going about their ordinary lives with no knowledge that the richest man in town was cooking up pathogens in a facility down the road. Mona and her group broke into the lab. They used what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb to destroy the biological agents stored inside. The raid was successful. The materials were neutralized, but as the group fled, Mona stopped to help someone who had been knocked down in the chaos. That someone was Mr. Burns himself. She stopped to help the man whose weapons she had just destroyed, and Burns saw her face. He identified her. He contacted the FBI. And from that moment, Mona Simpson was a federal fugitive. She couldn't go home. She couldn't explain anything to her family. She kissed Homer goodbye while he was sleeping and disappeared in the night. Homer woke up the next morning and his mother was gone. Abe told him she died, and Homer spent the next 3 decades of his life believing he was the kind of son a mother would rather abandon or die than stay and raise. Now here is where the conspiracy takes its real shape. Burns didn't merely identify Mona to the authorities in 1969 and move on. He pursued her, actively, for decades. He maintained a personal grudge against a woman who had dared to destroy his weapons program, and he used his resources and connections to ensure that she could never safely return to her family. When Mona finally came back to Springfield in Season 7, Burns recognized her almost immediately, spotting her through a cab window. He called the authorities. The FBI came to the Simpson house. Mona had to flee again. Homer had to say goodbye to his mother for the second time, and this time he knew exactly who had made it necessary. He knew his mother was a fugitive. He knew who had forced her out. He knew that the man responsible was Charles Montgomery Burns, the same person who signed Homer's paycheck every 2 weeks. Homer works for Burns. Homer has worked for Burns his entire adult life. Homer earns his income from the man who stole his mother and dismantled his childhood. And Homer, his cognitive function compromised by radiation and a crayon, doesn't make the connection. He doesn't confront Burns. He doesn't quit. He doesn't seem to fully process at any sustained level that the billionaire who can't remember his name is the same person responsible for the most profound wound in his emotional life. This isn't played as a joke in the episode, it's played as tragedy, because Homer Simpson is genuinely not capable of making that connection in a way that produces sustained, purposive action. His brain doesn't work that way. The damage is too deep. The crayon, the radiation, the decades of accumulated neurological erosion from living in Springfield's environment. It all adds up to a man who can feel the weight of his suffering without being able to map the architecture of it. And here's the conspiracy in its full form, because it goes deeper than Burns's grudge against Mona. Burns didn't just ruin Mona's life. He engineered Homer's. By forcing Mona out of Springfield when Homer was a child, Burns ensured that Homer would grow up with a specific emotional profile. Desperate for approval, incapable of sustained challenge to authority, terrified of abandonment, willing to endure almost any indignity rather than risk being alone again. The perfect employee for a facility that depends on its workers not asking questions. Homer doesn't work at the power plant because he lacks the intelligence or ambition to find something better. Homer works at the power plant because Burns broke him at 6 years old, and the broken version of Homer is precisely the kind of worker Burns needs. Someone who will show up every day to a job that is actively dangerous, who will look the other way at the violations, who will never file a complaint or organize a resistance or ask the questions that a less damaged person might ask. Someone who is just grateful to be there. Just grateful to have something that feels like stability. The show confirms the structural nature of this arrangement in a later episode where it's revealed that Burns and Grandpa Simpson made a deal. Burns had committed a crime. Abe discovered it. And in exchange for Abe's permanent silence about what he knew, Burns guaranteed Homer a job at the plant in perpetuity, regardless of performance. No matter how many errors Homer made, no matter how many times he should have been terminated, the arrangement protected him. Homer's job security was not cartoon convenience or narrative necessity. It was a contractual obligation between his father and his mother's persecutor, maintained in silence for decades. Homer's mother was a radical who destroyed a billionaire's weapons program. That billionaire retaliated by destroying her family and making her a fugitive. Her husband covered up the truth to protect himself and made a deal with the man responsible. Her son grew up believing he was worthless, sustained a crayon in his brain that nobody pulled out, and spent his adult life working for the person who took his childhood. 3 generations of a single family, systematically broken by one man's sustained exercise of power. And at the center of it, Homer Simpson sits on his couch, watching television, opening a beer, living in a house that runs on electricity generated by the same reactor that poisons his water, employed by the same person who stole his mother, going to sleep in a Springfield that has been slowly contaminating him since before he was old enough to notice. Mona Simpson died in a later season. The scene is one of the show's most quietly devastating. Homer is at her bedside. He holds her hand. He watches the mother he barely had a chance to know slip away for the last time. No joke interrupts it. No cutaway gag. No reset. Just a man and his mother and the weight of 27 stolen years between them. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has always been a comedy. But underneath every joke, underneath every donut and every couch gag, and every strangling and every dough, there is the story of a family that was taken apart by one man's power and one town's inability to resist it. Mona fought back and lost everything. Abe made a deal with the devil and buried the truth. Homer inherited the consequences and never truly understood why his life felt the way it did. And Burns won. Burns always wins. Because in Springfield, the man with the money writes the rules. And the rules say Homer Simpson will work at that plant until he can no longer stand up. Because his grandfather made a deal and his mother made a choice, and the richest man in town needed a broken man in Sector 7G. And Homer was broken before he ever clocked in for the first time. Section 9. Where is Springfield? The night is quieter now. Let that settle around you. We're going to explore something that seems simple on the surface and turns out to be one of the show's most carefully maintained mysteries. Not a theory about what's happening to Springfield's residents. A question about where Springfield is. You might think you know the answer. You might be thinking, it's Springfield, Oregon, because Matt Groening said so in an interview once. But we'll get to that, and we'll see why even that direct acknowledgement from the show's creator didn't actually solve anything. Springfield is the most famous fictional town in American history, and it is impossible to find on any map. The town has a nuclear power plant, a tire fire, a gorge, a harbor, a monorail that it probably shouldn't have gotten, an elementary school, a prison, 2 hospitals, a nuclear power plant, and a convenience store that has become one of the most recognizable fictional retail establishments in the world. It has mountains and ocean coastline and desert terrain and farmland and dense forest, all apparently within driving distance of the town center. It borders the states of Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky, depending on which episode you're watching. It is located in the north and also in the south, in the heartland and also on the coast, near the Canadian border and also near Mexico. Its climate ranges from blizzard conditions to tropical heat waves within a single season. The show has been deliberately, consistently, thoroughly contradicting itself about Springfield's location for its entire run. Every time a clue appears that seems to narrow down the possibilities, another clue surfaces in a subsequent episode that makes the previous narrowing impossible. In one episode, Springfield is clearly in a northern state. In the next, it's clearly southern. Lisa's area code at one point starts with 636, which is a Missouri prefix. The state abbreviation visible in certain shots is NT, which is not a real American state abbreviation. When Homer once called the governor's office, the voice on the other end identified the state as beginning with a vowel, But that still leaves enough possibilities to prevent any definitive answer. The show teases location, then removes the tease. Episode after episode, for over 3 decades. Matt Groening, the show's creator, did address this directly in a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine. He said he named the town after Springfield, Oregon, where he grew up in the general region, and that he chose Springfield as the name because it is one of the most common city names in America, present in dozens of states. He confirmed, yes, he had Oregon in mind when he named it. For approximately 48 hours, the mystery was settled. Springfield was in Oregon. The interview was widely reported. The fan community had its answer. And then the show kept going. Episodes aired after the interview that placed Springfield in geographic contexts entirely inconsistent with Oregon. The writers did not honor Groening's disclosure. They continued building contradictions, planting new impossibilities, maintaining the ambiguity with the same care and consistency they'd used to construct it in the first place. The mystery was immediately unsolved. The answer was given and then taken back. Because it turns out the mystery was never meant to have an answer. The ambiguity is not an oversight, it is the point. Springfield has oceanfront property. Springfield has mountain ranges. Springfield has desert. Springfield apparently has an active volcano available within day trip distance. No real American city has this combination of geographic features in any reasonable proximity. The town is an architectural and geographical Frankenstein, assembled from pieces of every American community that has ever been satirized, every recognizable regional type, every version of the American town, all stitched together into a single impossible place. It has the industrial decay of the Rust Belt, the suburban sprawl of the Sun Belt, the small-town insularity of New England, the cultural blankness of the Midwest, the casual surrealism of the American West. It is everywhere and nowhere at once. That is the surface explanation, and it is a real and intentional part of the show's design philosophy. Groening and the writers have said as much explicitly. Springfield is meant to feel familiar to every viewer regardless of where they actually live, because it is designed to contain enough of every American place that any American watching it can find some piece of their own geography reflected back at them. But the theories we've been exploring tonight give Springfield's geographic impossibility a dimension that goes beyond conscious design choice. If the radiation theory is true, if Springfield is a contamination zone where the laws of biology have been bent and broken by decades of nuclear exposure, why should the laws of geography be exempt? If the people of Springfield have 4 fingers and yellow skin and can survive injuries that would kill anyone else, why should the town itself be required to obey the rules of American geography? Maybe Springfield exists outside normal spatial logic because the contamination doesn't only affect biology. Maybe the radiation has warped the physical space around Springfield, compressing features that should be hundreds of miles apart into a single impossible region. A mountain range that should be in Colorado appearing within visible distance of a coast that should be in California. Space folded around the contamination zone the way space folds around a sufficiently dense mass. That is a strange reading, but Springfield is a strange place. If the coma theory is true, Springfield's geography makes immediate intuitive sense. Homer's dreaming brain doesn't have a precise cartographic map of America stored in its memory banks. It has impressions, feelings, fragments of every place Homer ever visited or drove through, or saw on a television program in the hospital room where he lies unconscious. Mountains from a camping trip, ocean from a vacation Marge planned, desert from a drive-in movie, farmland from somewhere on a long road trip the family took years ago. Homer's unconscious mind assembled Springfield from every piece of American landscape it ever encountered, layering them over each other without regard for geographic logic, Because dreams do not operate according to geographic logic. Dreams operate according to emotional logic. And Springfield feels like America because it is made from Homer's accumulated emotional memories of America, scattered and incomplete and held together by the force of longing, rather than any coherent spatial framework. If the principle in the pauper theory is true, if Springfield operates through collective denial and the systematic suppression of any reality that threatens the community's comfortable fiction, then the town's refusal to have a fixed, verifiable location is the ultimate expression of that denial. You cannot investigate a town you cannot find. You cannot file federal charges against a nuclear power plant if the state it's located in changes between episodes. You cannot hold anyone accountable for anything if the jurisdiction itself is perpetually undefined. Springfield floats between states because floating is safer than landing. Landing means accountability. Landing means someone shows up with a federal badge and a map and starts asking questions about three-eyed fish and cracked cooling towers and human skeletons in the plant's basement, and a billionaire who has personal memories of events from the early 20th century. Springfield's geographic uncertainty is a legal shield. A town with no fixed location has no fixed regulatory authority, no consistent EPA oversight, no permanent state attorney general's office. It exists in the jurisdictional gaps, in the spaces between the maps, protected by its own impossibility. There is one final piece to the location mystery. The mockumentary episode from Season 12, Behind the Laughter. A self-referential episode in which the show treats the Simpson family as real people being profiled in a VH1-style documentary. In the original broadcast of this episode, the family is described as being from northern Kentucky, a specific state, a specific region, an answer. But in syndicated reruns, the same episode was edited to give a different state. The location changed between the original broadcast and the version that entered reruns. The show literally gave you the answer, and then changed the answer depending on which version of the episode you watched. The truth about Springfield's location is different depending on the platform, the broadcast version, the year. Even when Springfield has a definitive answer, that answer is unstable. It shifts. It refuses to be pinned. Springfield will never be definitively located, not because the show's creators can't decide. They decided long ago. They decided that Springfield is more useful, more resonant, more powerful as a mystery than it would ever be as an answer. A town that could be anywhere is a town that belongs to everyone. And a town that belongs to everyone is a town that nobody, not the EPA, not the state authorities, not the federal government, can permanently shut down. No matter what they do to Springfield, it will always exist somewhere. Because it is everywhere. And everywhere cannot be contained. Section 10. The floating timeline. We're deep into the night now. Everything is slower, quieter. The stories have been settling around you for hours, building a picture of a place that defies every category you might try to put it in. There is one more thing to look at. One final mystery. The one that sits at the center of everything else we've discussed tonight. The one that all the other theories point toward like arrows converging on the same target. Nobody in Springfield ages. You know this. You've known it for as long as you've watched the show. It's one of the first things people mention when they talk about The Simpsons over a long enough time frame. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when the show premiered in December of 1989. He is 10 years old right now. Lisa was 8. Lisa is 8. Maggie was 1. Maggie is 1. He was 1. Homer and Marge were in their mid-30s, and they are still in their mid-30s. 36 years of real time have passed. 0 years have passed in Springfield. The industry term for this narrative approach is a floating timeline. It means the show's present is always the viewer's present, always calibrated to when the episode airs rather than to any fixed internal chronology. The characters do not age because aging would require a fixed timeline. and the show maintains its endless present by refusing to commit to one. The technology changes, the cultural references update. The world the show depicts is always contemporary with whenever you're watching it, but the characters remain frozen. This is standard practice for long-running animated shows. Most people accept it without intellectual friction. It's part of the genre's conventions. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has generated contradictions of such scale and structural weirdness that they've begun to crack the surface of the show's coherent reality in ways that invite explanation rather than dismissal. The most glaring problem involves Homer and Marge's origin story. When the show began, their shared history was grounded in the late 1970s and early 1980s. They met as teenagers. The courtship was era-specific. The music, the fashion, the cultural atmosphere of their formative years were all consistent with what you'd expect from people in their mid-30s in 1989. It worked. It felt real. The backstory had roots, but if the floating timeline advances the show's present while keeping Homer and Marge in their mid-30s, then their formative years have to advance too. If Homer and Marge are mid-30s in 2025, they didn't meet in 1980. They met around 2005, which means their teenage years were defined not by Watergate and disco, but by MySpace and early YouTube. Their emotional landscape was shaped by a completely different America than the one the show's early flashback episodes depicted. The show has addressed this, reluctantly and somewhat awkwardly but directly. Flashback episodes from different eras of the show's run have depicted Homer and Marge's youth in the 1970s, then the 1980s, then the 1990s, then the 2000s. The love story is the same in each version. The emotional content is preserved, but the era keeps sliding forward, and each retelling requires quietly abandoning the details of the previous one. Homer and Marge do not have a stable past. Their history is a draft that gets revised every few years to maintain the illusion of a coherent present. Their memories are, in a very specific sense, unreliable. Their origin story is not a fixed event. It is an approximation, a moving target, a story that keeps changing to fit whatever the show needs it to be in order to function. Now apply everything we've discussed tonight. The coma theory says nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who went unconscious in April of 1993 and has been lying in a hospital bed ever since. The world inside Homer's dream cannot advance beyond the moment he entered it because his brain has no new data to work with. His children cannot age because he wasn't there to observe them aging. His wife cannot change because his only reference for her is how she looked on the day the vending machine fell. The dream preserves his world at the last moment he was fully present for it. That's not a narrative convenience. That's the specific mechanism of how certain theories of unconscious cognition describe the dreaming mind's relationship to memory. The radiation theory says nobody ages because their biology has been altered at such a fundamental level by such sustained exposure to the plant's contamination that the normal cellular processes governing aging have been disrupted. The same mechanism that allows Homer to survive injuries that would kill anyone else. The same mutation that gave Maggie extraordinary intelligence while taking it away from Homer is also operating on the timeline of their cells in ways that prevent normal senescence. They are not aging because their biological clocks have been stopped. The power plant didn't just poison Springfield, it broke time there. The collective denial theory says nobody ages because Springfield has made a community decision not to acknowledge the passage of time, in the same way it makes community decisions not to acknowledge inconvenient truths. The vote isn't taken explicitly. Nobody stands up at a town meeting and declares that time is now officially frozen. But the social contract functions the same way. Everyone agrees to behave as though the Simpsons are the same age they've always been. Everyone agrees to treat Bart as 10 regardless of what the calendar says. The consensus maintains the fiction the same way the consensus maintained Armen Tamzarian as Principal Skinner, through the collective power of agreed-upon reality. And the Burns immortality theory says that at least one person in Springfield has already demonstrated that aging is not mandatory if you have sufficient resources and sufficient motivation. If Burns can sustain himself for over a century through managed medical intervention, if he can maintain his cognitive function and his physical existence against all biological expectation, then the concept of aging is already negotiable in Springfield's universe. And if it's negotiable for Burns, the question of whether it might be negotiable for others, whether the whole town might have absorbed some version of the same temporal disruption through different mechanisms, becomes meaningful. All four theories converge on the same point. Time doesn't function normally in Springfield. It never has. And the show's floating timeline, which audiences have accepted for decades as a genre convention, a harmless narrative device, is actually the show's most sustained and most explicit piece of evidence that something fundamental about Springfield's relationship with reality has been broken. The show has imagined its characters aging. It has done this multiple times. In an episode from season 6 called Lisa's Wedding, the show flashes forward into the future and depicts Lisa as a young adult woman, engaged to be married, navigating her life in a world that has continued beyond the show's eternal present. The future it depicts is detailed and emotionally specific. Lisa has become the person the show has always suggested she'd become. Intelligent and principled and somewhat lonely, still searching for genuine connection in a world that doesn't quite know what to do with her. The episode is beautiful and quietly heartbreaking, and proves definitively that The Simpsons can imagine its characters as adults. The capacity for growth exists within the show. The writers can access it, the storytelling infrastructure is there, but the show chooses, every time, not to use it. Lisa returns to 8 years old. Bart returns to 10. The flash forward closes like a window being shut. The glimpse disappears. The permanent present reasserts itself. The show can imagine growth. It refuses to allow it. And this is where the mystery of the floating timeline becomes something larger than The Simpsons. Something that says as much about the audience as it does about the show. The Simpsons is the American family in a way that no other fictional household has been, for this long or this completely. They have held that position for over 3 decades, and the American family, as The Simpsons has defined it, cannot be allowed to change. Homer must be middle-aged, Marge must be patient, Bart must be in a state of permanent mild rebellion. Lisa must be idealistic, Maggie must be silent, watching, waiting. The dynamic must be maintained. The structure must hold. Because the moment the Simpson family ages, the moment Bart goes off to college and Lisa moves to another city, and Maggie starts talking and Homer retires and Marge is left in an empty house on Evergreen Terrace, the show stops being a comedy. It becomes an elegy. The story of a family that ran out of time. And American audiences collectively are not ready for that story. They have not been ready for it since 1989. The floating timeline is the show's thesis statement, its deepest and most honest commitment. The Simpsons are frozen in time because we need them to be, because they represent something that we cannot let go of. The messy, chaotic, dysfunctional, intermittently beautiful, indestructible American family. The family that survives everything, that recovers from everything, that resets after every disaster and starts fresh the following Sunday night at 8 o'clock. They don't age because aging means ending. The family ends when Bart turns 11. And the American family in our collective imagination, in the shared dream we've been maintaining since the show's first episode aired, is not allowed to end. The loop is not their prison. It is ours. We built it. We maintain it. Every time we watch an episode, every time we laugh at a joke from an episode that aired before most of the current audience was born, we tighten the loop a small amount. We make it a little harder for The Simpsons to escape. Because if they escape, if the timeline finally stops floating and starts landing, if Bart turns 11 and Lisa turns 9, then the show ends. And the show ending means admitting that the version of America it represents, the chaotic, resilient, stubbornly optimistic version of the middle class American family, was always temporary, was always fragile, was always one birthday away from dissolving into something we don't recognize anymore. So we press pause. We've been pressing it since 1989, and we haven't pressed play. That is the floating timeline. And in a room this quiet at this hour, it might be the saddest mystery in all of Springfield. Section 11, Hans Molman, Ned Flanders, and the final picture of Springfield. We're near the end now. The night is at its deepest. Let everything you've heard tonight settle into whatever part of your mind holds these kinds of stories, the ones that are about something larger than their specific details. We have two more characters to visit, two more pieces of the Springfield picture that the show has been quietly accumulating for decades. The first is the man who dies more often than anyone else in the history of American animation. The second is the nicest man in Springfield, and the darkness that his niceness conceals. Hans Molman. If you've spent any time with The Simpsons, you know him. The tiny, elderly, nearly blind man who appears in the background of Springfield scenes and exists, functionally, to suffer. He gets struck by vehicles. He gets crushed by falling objects. He gets buried alive. He gets attacked by animals. He gets struck by lightning. He walks into things. He falls down. He gets incinerated. He disappears under the wheels of passing cars. He drowns. He gets caught in machinery. Hans Molman dies on the show more often than any other character in any animated program in the history of American television. Not in Treehouse of Horror episodes, which are explicitly framed as non-canonical Halloween specials. Not in dream sequences. In regular canonical storyline episodes. He dies, and then he appears in the very next episode in perfect health, ready to experience whatever the next catastrophe will be. Most fans accept this as a running gag. Molman dies a lot. That's his thing. It's funny. Moving on. But the theories we've been working with tonight have different explanations, and all of them are more interesting than casual acceptance. The radiation theory suggests that Molman represents an extreme version of the mutations we've already explored. Where Homer developed physical indestructibility and Maggie developed extraordinary intelligence, Molman has developed something even stranger. His body can reconstitute itself after fatal injury. He doesn't merely survive his deaths the way Homer survives severe damage. He actually dies. His functions cease. And then he comes back. Death in Springfield for Molman is a temporary condition rather than a permanent one. A biological reset triggered by the same process that drives every other mutation in the contamination zone, simply taken to its furthest possible extreme. He is not surviving his deaths. He is dying and coming back. And in a town where the nuclear plant has been rewriting the rules of biology for decades, that is strange, but perhaps not the strangest thing. The coma theory has a different reading entirely. Molman is a background character, a recurring set piece. Homer's dreaming brain did not invest significant cognitive energy in building him out as a person with depth and continuity. He is the dream's version of furniture, a figure who populates scenes and fills space and serves the function of injecting a note of absurdist tragedy into whatever is happening around him. Homer's brain occasionally lets minor characters lapse entirely and has to reconstruct them for the next scene. Molman dies because Homer's unconscious mind forgets to maintain him. He comes back because the dream needs a small, suffering elderly man to appear in the background of the next Springfield scene. He is not a person in this reading. He is a prop, a piece of the dream that gets broken and rebuilt as needed. The collective denial theory drawn from the principal and the pauper analysis may be the most quietly unsettling. A man dies in public, repeatedly, visibly, in front of witnesses. Nobody investigates. Nobody calls anyone. Nobody asks how he keeps coming back. Springfield has normalized Molman's death cycle the same way it has normalized every other thing that should be alarming. The three-eyed fish. Burns glowing in the woods. Yellow skin on every resident. A baby who shot a man. A principal who isn't who he says he is. And a small elderly man who dies approximately once a fortnight and then shows up again, ready for the next one. There is a detail about Molman that the show drops almost casually, the way it drops all its most disturbing details. He once stated his age as 31. 31 years old. He appears to be in his 80s at minimum, perhaps his 90s. His physical condition suggests the life of someone who has been through decades of the most severe physiological stress that Springfield's environment can produce. If he is telling the truth about his age, and there is no indication within the show that he's lying, then something has aged him catastrophically. Something compressed decades of aging into years. Something that also made him, against all physical logic, effectively unkillable. Something that made death a revolving door instead of a permanent exit. The only theory that doesn't have a functional answer for Hans Molman is the one that says none of this means anything because the show is just a cartoon. Now, Ned Flanders. Ned Flanders is the character the show has quietly and systematically destroyed more thoroughly than any other, and the darkness hiding behind his relentless positivity is one of the most unsettling subtexts in the entire series. On the surface, Ned is everything Homer is not, and the contrast is deliberate. He's kind, he's generous, he's devoutly religious, he's physically fit, infamously fit, with a physique that Homer has envied and resented in equal measure for 3 decades. He's financially responsible. He's a good father to Rod and Todd. He's a good neighbor. By any measurable standard, he is a substantially better person than Homer Simpson in almost every conceivable way. And Springfield punishes him for it, relentlessly and without apparent purpose or end. His wife Maud was killed at a Springfield Speedway event when a t-shirt cannon misfired. The sequence of events traced carefully leads back to Homer. Homer was dodging the t-shirts. They went to a different trajectory. They struck Maud. She fell from the bleachers. She died. Homer's selfishness, his instinctive prioritization of his own comfort over anyone else's safety, directly caused the death of Ned Flanders' wife and the motherlessness of Rod and Todd. And Ned forgave him, because that's what Ned does. He absorbs what the world delivers. He processes it through his faith. He forgives and he continues. He turns the other cheek so consistently and so completely that it begins to look less like grace and more like compulsion. Because it is compulsion. There is an episode, one of the most genuinely revealing in the series, where a hurricane destroys Ned's house. The community rebuilds it, but rebuilds it so poorly, so carelessly, that it collapses immediately. And something in Ned breaks. He has a complete psychological collapse. He screams at the town. He says everything he has been holding inside for years with a force and a specificity that makes it clear these thoughts have been accumulating for a very long time. He insults everyone who has ever wronged him, and he says enough that it becomes clear he has been wronged far more often than his cheerful exterior has ever suggested. Then he is institutionalized, and in the mental health facility, a truth is revealed. Ned's relentless niceness is not a character trait. It is the product of childhood behavioral modification. As a young child, Ned was violent and uncontrollable. His parents, committed to a non-interventionist parenting philosophy, did not discipline him. They eventually sought professional help, and the psychiatrist who treated Ned spent years conditioning the aggression out of him through intensive behavioral therapy. Through a program that, as the episode describes it, essentially beat the rage out of him through sustained psychological modification. Ned's kindness is not something he arrived at through lived experience or spiritual development. It is a psychological cage that was built around a feral child by a doctor who understood correctly that Ned could not safely function in the world without it. Everything about Ned reads differently once you carry this knowledge. His patience with Homer is not saintly tolerance. It is pathological. He cannot express the anger that Homer genuinely and repeatedly earns because his behavioral conditioning suppresses that response so completely and so automatically that expressing it requires a complete psychological breakdown. His faith is not spiritual conviction developed through engagement with transcendence. It is a coping framework for a man who needs an external structure to explain why he keeps suffering despite doing everything the structure tells him to do. His forgiveness of Homer after Maud's death is not grace. It is the programmed response of a nervous system that was trained at the deepest available level to never, under any circumstances, allow the rage that lives underneath his smile to reach the surface. And the show knows this. The show has shown you what happens when the conditioning fails, when the structure cracks enough to let something through. When Ned snaps, the person underneath is not simply angry. The despair underneath is enormous and old and thoroughly stored. But the darkest element of Ned's story is not the psychological cage. It is the theological one. God talks to Homer. Within the show's established canon, within the rules of its own universe, God is a real and communicative presence who has engaged with Homer directly and personally on multiple occasions. Homer has had conversations with God. God has given Homer advice. God has expressed something resembling personal investment in Homer's life. God has never spoken to Ned Flanders, not once. The most devout man in Springfield, the man who has organized his entire existence around his relationship with the divine, the man who goes to church every Sunday and prays with genuine sincerity and reads his Bible and raises his children in faith, that man has never received any indication that his devotion has been noticed. The drunk who falls asleep in church gets divine conversation. The man who lives his entire life in service to his faith gets silence. That is not random cruelty deployed for comedic contrast. That is a statement about how Springfield works, about what it rewards and what it ignores, about the relationship between moral behavior and outcome in this particular universe. The system, whether it's Burns's empire or the radiation, or the floating timeline, or whatever combination of forces has produced Springfield, does not care about moral behavior. It does not recognize and reward the good. It cares about compliance. It rewards utility. It sustains whoever is most useful to the structure. Homer is useful to Burns. Homer is useful to the plant. Homer's incompetence protects the violations. His emotional damage guarantees his compliance. The system keeps him employed, keeps him comfortable enough to stay, keeps him just functional enough to show up. Ned is not useful to the system in the same way. Ned's goodness operates outside the structure's logic. It doesn't serve Burns. It doesn't feed the cycle. And so it gets nothing, not punished exactly, but consistently, reliably, thoroughly unrewarded. Ned Flanders is what happens when you do everything right in a system that wasn't designed to reward rightness. Homer Simpson is what happens when you do everything wrong in a system that wasn't designed to punish wrongness. They have lived next door to each other for 36 years. The gap between them, the gap between the man who tries and the man who doesn't, has never once closed. Because the system isn't designed to close it. The system is designed to keep Homer at the plant, and Ned at the church, and Burns at the top. Forever. In a loop that doesn't break. In a Springfield that doesn't change. In a show that doesn't end. That's the final picture. The full shape of everything we've been circling tonight. Conclusion. Why we keep coming back. We've spent a long time in Springfield tonight. long enough to see it from angles that daylight and ordinary viewing don't quite reach. We've seen the contamination theory, which explains everything about Springfield's biology and Burns' survival, and Homer's damage, and Maggie's gift through the single lens of the power plant that has been leaking its poison into the town for longer than most of its residents have been alive. We've sat with the coma theory, which frames the entire run of the show from April 1993 onward as an act of unconscious love. A man in a hospital bed dreaming his family into permanent safety, dreaming his children young forever, dreaming the world into a state where he never has to say goodbye. We've reopened the Burns shooting and found that the evidence never quite settled the way the official resolution claims, that the most famous mystery in the show's history was closed rather than solved, and that closed and solved are two very different things in Springfield. We've watched Burns sustain himself for over a century through the engineering of wealth applied to the project of not dying, a man too expensive to let go, sustained by a weekly treatment and a devoted assistant, and a fortune that predates the country it operates within. We've seen the machinery of Springfield's denial made explicit in The Principal and The Pauper, the formal mechanism by which a community votes to criminalize the truth and exile whoever insists on telling it. We've looked behind Maggie's silence and found either a mutation that amplified where others were diminished, or a father's prayer projected onto a dream, or a strategic intelligence making the most rational choice available in a town that punishes visibility. We've traced the prediction phenomenon through statistics and cultural priming to a conclusion more interesting than prophecy. A show that writes so many futures that some must arrive, and an audience that remembers only the ones that do. We followed Mona Simpson's trail from a Springfield kitchen in 1969 through decades of fugitive silence to a reunion beside a misappropriated headstone, and we've seen how Burns dismantled 3 generations of a family to protect his grudge. We've searched for Springfield on every available map and found it everywhere and nowhere. A town that protects itself through its own cartographic impossibility. And we've stared at the floating timeline long enough to understand that it isn't a production convenience, it is a loop. And we built it. We've been maintaining it since December 17th, 1989. We press play on the opening credits and we tighten the loop a small amount. We quote the dialogue and we tighten it further. We share the clips and we watch the predictions come true, and we come back every week and every year and every rerun and we tighten it again. Because what the loop preserves isn't just a cartoon family. What the loop preserves is a version of ourselves. Homer is who we've been. Marge is who we've relied on. Bart is who we wanted to be when we were young and the rules seemed like obstacles rather than structures. Lisa is who we should have been, who we sometimes feel we were in our best moments. Isolated and principled and a little heartbroken, and still asking questions everyone around us has stopped asking. And Maggie. Silent Maggie. Behind the pacifier, behind the enormous eyes, behind all these years of watching without speaking, Maggie is the version of ourselves we keep hidden. The part that is taking everything in. The part that is thinking something that isn't ready to be said yet. The part that is waiting for the right moment, whatever that moment turns out to be. Springfield is on every map and on none of them. It exists inside a coma dream and inside a contamination zone, and inside a collective agreement not to ask too many questions, and inside the weekly radiation that keeps a dying empire running, and inside the silence of the smartest person in the room. It exists because we needed it to. We pressed pause in 1989, and we've been watching the same family in the same impossible town ever since. And the family stays frozen because freezing them is what keeps them ours. Maybe that's enough of a mystery for one night. Let the story settle. Let Springfield be whatever it needs to be in the darkness behind your eyes. Let Bart stay 10 and Lisa stay 8, and Maggie keep her silence and Homer keep finding his way home by the end of every episode. Because in Springfield, he always does. In the dream, he never left. And in the quiet of a late night, with the television off and the world outside doing whatever the world does while you're asleep, That's not such a terrible place to rest. Good night, Springfield. We'll be back. Thank you for spending this time here. If you found something in this that stayed with you, subscribe and leave a comment telling us where in the world you're watching from. Every city, every time zone, every person sitting in the dark with a Springfield. We'd love to know you're out there. Extended section. The deeper grammar of Springfield strangeness. We said goodnight, but Springfield doesn't really let you leave that easily. If you're still here, still listening, still letting the words wash over you in whatever room you're in right now, then we have more ground to cover. Some of it darker, some of it stranger, some of it quiet enough to carry you the rest of the way to sleep. Let's talk about what the show has been building structurally underneath all the individual mysteries. Because there is a grammar to Springfield's strangeness, a set of rules that governs how the impossible things work. And once you understand the grammar, you start to see it everywhere. The first rule of Springfield's grammar is that acknowledgement is always incomplete. The show will show you something disturbing and then pull back before the full implication can land. It shows you the three-eyed fish and lets the candidate make the connection to the power plant, and then Burns eats the fish and the scene ends before anyone follows the logic to its next step. It shows you the skeletons in the plant's basement and then cuts to the next scene before anyone asks whose skeletons they are. It shows you Burns glowing green in the woods and lets the entire town conclude it was an alien before the real explanation is given in a way that diffuses the alarm rather than amplifying it. The show has been practicing this technique for 36 years. Show the disturbing thing. Offer a harmless frame. Let the audience choose the harmless frame. And then move on before anyone can revisit the thing that was shown. This is not accidental. It is the show's most refined narrative skill. The art of the visible secret. The secret that is never hidden, only framed in a way that makes it easier to look past. The second rule of Springfield's grammar is that the most important information is always delivered casually. The revelation that Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma is delivered as a throwaway line in the episode's final moments, played for the laugh of Homer laughing, because he doesn't know why he's laughing. The revelation that Burns pursued Mona Simpson for decades using FBI resources is embedded inside an emotional reunion scene in a way that keeps the horror of it from fully registering while you're busy responding to the mother and son finding each other. The revelation that Ned's kindness is the product of childhood behavioral modification is delivered in a mental health facility scene that the show plays for comedy, even as it hands you something genuinely disturbing. Important information in Springfield is always dressed to look like something else. Like a joke. Like a background detail. Like a fleeting plot point in an episode whose A story is about something entirely different. The third rule is that consequences always reset, but the causes never do. Homer damages the reactor. The radiation keeps leaking. Homer survives the explosion. The damage to his body doesn't accumulate. Burns fires Homer. Homer gets his job back. The structural reason Burns employs Homer, because Homer's incompetence is a strategic asset, never changes. Marge and Homer fight. They reconcile. The dynamics that created the fight are unaltered. Springfield gets sealed under a dome. Springfield continues. The contamination that prompted the dome is still in the water. In Springfield, consequences are temporary and reversible. Causes are permanent and unaddressed. The reset button erases outcomes without touching the systems that generated them. Every episode you watch is the same causes producing variations on the same effects, the same power plant leaking into the same water table, the same billionaire making the same calculation, the same family sitting on the same couch in the same house that was always going to be here because the causes that built it are never allowed to change. The fourth rule, and perhaps the most quietly devastating one, is that love is the only force in Springfield that operates outside the system. Burns owns the economy. The radiation owns the bodies. The collective denial owns the memory. The floating timeline owns time itself. But the love inside 742 Evergreen Terrace, the love that holds together a marriage that should have dissolved under the weight of Homer's disasters, the love that brings Bart back to his father's bedside in the hospital, the love that makes Lisa play her saxophone in the evenings, even when nobody is listening, the love that Maggie expresses entirely through action because she cannot yet express it through words, that love operates outside everything the system controls. It doesn't protect the Simpsons from the radiation, or from burns, or from the reset, or from the damage that accumulates in every direction around them. It doesn't fix anything. Homer is still broken, and the plant is still leaking, and Burns is still alive, and time is still frozen, and nobody is aging, and nobody is asking the right questions. But the love keeps being real, episode after episode, theory after theory. No matter what reading of Springfield you adopt, no matter which explanation you find most convincing for why the town is the way it is, the love inside the family is the one element that none of the explanations can dissolve. It persists through the contamination. It persists through the dream. It persists through the denial and the immortality and the impossibility of the timeline. Homer makes it home by the end of every episode, not because the show's mechanics require it, because in a town where everything is broken, the impulse to find your way back to the people you love is the one thing that doesn't break. That might be the show's final mystery. The one it has been building toward for 36 years without quite saying it out loud. Not how Springfield got the way it is. Not who shot Burns, or how Burns is still alive, or where Springfield appears on a map, or what year it is, or when Homer's children will grow up. The final mystery is this: how does love survive in a place this broken? And the answer, the only answer the show has ever offered, is that it just does. It just keeps going. It stumbles and fights and makes the same mistakes over and over and drives each other crazy and burns the dinner and forgets to pay the bills and falls asleep during important moments and doesn't quite understand each other and keeps trying anyway. It just keeps trying. In Springfield, that's the miracle. The one thing the power plant can't contaminate and the coma can't dream away, and the collective denial can't vote to forget, and Burns can't buy, and the floating timeline can't freeze. The family keeps trying. That's the Simpsons. That's why we watch. That's why we've been watching since 1989 and haven't stopped and probably won't. Not because of the mysteries, though the mysteries are remarkable. Because of the family. Because Homer always finds his way home. Because the lights are always on at 742 Evergreen Terrace. Because Marge is always there. Because the kids are always young. Because in Springfield, unlike in the real world, the story doesn't have to end. And right now, in the quiet of wherever you are, that's enough. Final section. Letters never sent from Springfield. This is the softest part of the night. If you're still with us, you're deep in now. Deep enough that the boundary between listening and dreaming has probably already started to blur. So let's slow all the way down. Let's stop analyzing and start feeling. What follows is not a theory. It is something like a series of thoughts that Springfield's characters might have if they could step outside the loop long enough to notice it. Imagine Homer in his hospital room. Not the waking Homer who stumbles through Springfield with his donuts and his disasters and his boundless, unkillable optimism. The Homer beneath that, the one lying still in April of 1993, the machines breathing beside him, his family somewhere outside the frame. If that Homer could write a letter, it might go something like this. I didn't mean to leave. I went to get a candy bar. I was going to come right back. I always come right back. Don't let the kids grow up too fast. Let Bart be a kid a little longer. He seems like he wants to be older, but he doesn't know yet that older isn't better. It's just different and mostly harder. And Lisa, tell her the world will figure out eventually that she was right about things. She won't believe it, but tell her anyway. And Maggie. Tell Maggie I was watching even when it didn't look like it. I was always watching. Marge, I know I'm not what you planned for. I know some mornings you look at the ceiling and think about who you might have been if you'd gone a different direction. I know that. But I want you to know that every single day, every single ordinary day of driving the kids to school and paying the bills late and burning the toast and fighting about stupid things and making up again and watching television on the couch and all of it was the best thing that ever happened to me. I wouldn't trade any of it. Not even the vending machine. Not even this. I'll find my way back. I always do. That's the whole point of me. I find my way back. Now imagine Marge sitting in a chair beside the bed, writing her own version of this letter. I chose you on purpose. I want you to know that. People act like you were a mistake I made, like I accidentally ended up with a man who falls asleep at important moments and spills things on nice furniture and says the wrong thing at the wrong time and means so well and gets it so wrong. But I chose you. I kept choosing you. I choose you every morning when I wake up and you're still there, which means you haven't been carried off by anything yet. I choose you when Bart does something that makes me feel like I'm failing and you just laugh. And I hate you for a second for laughing. And then I understand the laugh and I love you for it. The kids are going to be okay. I'm going to make sure they're okay. That's what I do. But come back when you can. The house is too quiet without you making noise in it. And Lisa, writing from wherever she goes inside herself when Springfield disappoints her, which is often. I know what the town is. I think I've always known. Not the details, not the full picture, but the shape of it. The power plant, and the way nothing changes, and the way nobody asks questions, and the way intelligent people get pushed to the margins until they stop pushing back. I know the shape of that, but I also know the music. I know what it feels like to play the saxophone alone in my room while the light is going golden outside the window, and the sound fills up all the space in a way that nothing else does. I know what it feels like to have a father who doesn't fully understand me and loves me anyway with everything he has. I know what it feels like to have a mother who holds the whole thing together by sheer determined will and never quite admits how hard it is. I know what it feels like to have a brother who drives me crazy and would do anything for me. I know what that feels like. And for now, in this town, in this family, in this loop we're all stuck in together, that's the thing I'm holding on to. And Maggie. Who doesn't write letters because Maggie doesn't need to? Who expresses herself through action, through intervention, through the precise and chosen moment? Who watches all of this? The theories and the mysteries and the radiation and the denial and the love that persists through all of it and simply continues watching. Knowing that her moment is coming. Knowing that when it arrives, she will be ready. As she has always been ready. As she has been ready in perfect silence for 36 years. And now, finally, truly, we are done with Springfield for tonight. The cooling towers are still leaking into the night sky outside. Burns is somewhere in his mansion, sustained by his treatments, surrounded by his wealth, eternal and deliberate and alone. Homer is on the couch or in the hospital bed, or both at once, depending on which theory you carry. Marge is holding it together because that is what Marge does. Bart is 10 years old and will be 10 years old when you come back. Lisa is 8 and playing her saxophone and asking questions the town doesn't want to answer. And Maggie is watching. She is always watching. Let sleep take whatever it's going to take now. Let the images dissolve. Let Springfield recede back into wherever it lives when nobody is paying attention. It will be there when you come back. It always is. Good night from Springfield. Come back anytime. The door's always open, the lights are always on, and the family is always, always home. This has been Fall Asleep to Every Simpsons theory. If something in this stayed with you, leave a comment and let us know where in the world you're watching from. Every time zone, every city, every night. We'd love to know you're out there. And if you want more nights like this, subscribe. There's always more Springfield to explore. Section 12. The secondary characters and what they say about Springfield's soul. There's more to say about Springfield. There always is. The show has been running long enough that its secondary and tertiary characters have accumulated their own histories, their own mysteries, their own quiet tragedies that sit in the background of episodes and never quite get the space they deserve. Tonight, with the night fully established around you, and the stories we've already explored still settling, we're going to spend some time with the characters the main theories don't usually stop for. Because Springfield's strangeness doesn't only live in the Simpson house. It lives everywhere, on every corner, in every background shot, in the faces of people who appear for a few seconds and come back and vanish again, carrying their own impossible weights through a town that the main narrative never quite has time for. Start with Apu Nahasapima Pedalon, the owner of the Quick E-Mart, and the relationship he has with his own story that the show has never fully addressed. Apu came to Springfield from India to pursue a doctoral degree in computer science. He is, by academic credential, one of the most educated people in the entire town. He has a PhD. He completed his dissertation. He speaks with the precision and the vocabulary of someone who has spent years in serious academic study. And he works at a convenience store, selling lottery tickets and hot dogs of questionable age, 7 days a week, for shifts that the show has at various points established as being extraordinarily long. The show treats this as background, as part of the texture of Springfield's life, rather than as the particular tragedy it is. Apu earned a doctorate and works at a convenience store, and the show never spends sustained time with what that means for a person. The intelligence is evident. The education is established. The circumstances are what they are, and the show files them under comedy without fully exploring the specific weight of being overqualified for your own life. Under the radiation theory, Apu's situation reads as another version of what the contamination does to people. It doesn't level everyone equally. It doesn't produce identical outcomes across all residents. Some people are cognitively diminished, some are cognitively amplified, some are simply trapped by circumstances that their intelligence cannot overcome, because the structural conditions around them prevent it. Springfield has been keeping people in the wrong places for decades. Apu may be another person held in position by a town that has decided, through the mechanisms we've already explored, what role each resident is supposed to play, and made escape from that role difficult. Then there's Professor Frink. John Frink is a scientist, a genuine one with functional knowledge of physics, engineering, chemistry, and several other disciplines that he applies regularly to problems that the show uses for comedy. His inventions work. His predictions are often accurate. His understanding of how things function is real and demonstrable within the show's universe. He is, by measurable intellectual capacity, probably the most formally qualified scientist in Springfield, and he is treated consistently as an eccentric background figure. His knowledge is used when the plot requires a specific technical function and then set aside. He never holds any institutional power. He never changes Springfield. He never converts his demonstrable expertise into the kind of influence that a scientist with his capabilities should theoretically be able to accumulate. Springfield doesn't know what to do with its intelligent people. The show has been showing you this for decades. Lisa is the most prominent example, but she is far from the only one. Frink is brilliant and marginal. Apu is educated and underutilized. Lisa is perceptive and dismissed. The pattern is consistent. Springfield's social structure, shaped by the contamination, and the collective denial and the economic dependency on Burns, and the mechanisms of managed reality we've been mapping tonight, does not reward intelligence. It manages it. It finds ways to keep it contained, to prevent it from accumulating enough momentum to challenge the structure that has kept everyone in their assigned positions for 36 years. Mo Sislak is the bartender. His bar is the social center of Homer's world, the place where the working class male characters of Springfield gather to process life. And Moe's own life is a sustained, remarkably specific kind of sad that the show returns to more honestly than it returns to most things. He is lonely, deeply and structurally lonely in a way that has calcified over decades into something that no longer reads as temporary. He wants connection, romantic connection specifically, with an urgency and a vulnerability that the show occasionally allows to surface before pulling the comedy curtain back down over it. Mo has had relationships. They've ended. He has had moments of what looked like genuine possibility. They've closed. He has tried across many episodes, many approaches, many attempts to build a life that looks different from the one he has. And he always ends up back behind the bar. Always. The reset mechanism that clears Springfield's slate between episodes is nowhere more pitiless than it is with Mo. Every time he comes close to something, every time the show allows him to reach for what he actually wants, the episode ends and the next one begins with him exactly where he always is, pouring drinks in a dim bar, waiting for Homer to come in and talk about something that isn't quite what either of them needs to talk about. Under the coma theory, Mo is a figure from Homer's waking life who has been preserved in the dream at the point where Homer last knew him. Homer's dreaming mind knows Mo as the lonely bartender, the slightly threatening presence who is somehow also a source of comfort and familiarity. The dream keeps Mo in that role because that's who Mo was in Homer's memory on the day the vending machine fell. The dream cannot update him. It cannot let him find what he's looking for. Because Homer's last impression of Mo is the man behind the bar, and the dream preserves impressions rather than allowing the development that real time would produce. Under the radiation theory, Mo's persistent loneliness is another symptom of what the contamination does to the social fabric of Springfield. The town's residents are neurologically compromised in ways that affect not just their physical health and their cognitive capacity, but their emotional regulation and their ability to sustain the kinds of connections that healthy people build over time. The contamination doesn't just damage bodies and brains, it damages relationships. It makes sustained emotional intimacy harder to achieve and maintain, not through any single dramatic mechanism, but through the accumulated wear of being slightly less than fully functional at every level that healthy connection requires. Mo cannot find what he wants because Springfield has made it very difficult for anyone to find what they want in the emotional sense. The town optimizes for compliance and for continued function, not for flourishing. People stay in their positions. People maintain the roles they've been assigned, and Mo's role is the bartender who serves the people who cope with their own contained lives by drinking in a dim bar. And that role doesn't include the possibility of him getting what he actually needs. Chief Wiggum is another secondary character. The theories illuminate in ways the show doesn't usually pause to examine. On the surface, Wiggum is Springfield's incompetent police chief, a comedy figure whose function is to ensure that official law enforcement in Springfield is thoroughly unable to address anything that actually matters. He misses obvious clues. He pursues the wrong suspects. He fails to protect anyone. He closes cases based on convenience rather than evidence, as we discussed at length in the Burns shooting section. But Wiggum has a son, Ralph, who is one of the most genuinely strange figures in all of Springfield's population. Ralph Wiggum's cognitive profile is unusual even by Springfield standards. He says things that make no conventional sense and occasionally make an eerie kind of poetic sense instead. He moves through the world with a quality of total absence of self-consciousness that is either profound innocence or a very specific kind of disconnection from the usual social frameworks. He is not strategic the way Maggie is strategic. He is not intelligent the way Lisa is intelligent. He simply operates completely in a world that the people around him don't have access to. Under the radiation theory, Ralph represents another mutation variant. The contamination produces different cognitive outcomes in different people. Homer is diminished, Maggie is amplified, Lisa is brilliant and emotionally sensitive, Bart is clever and physically impulsive, and Ralph is operating in a cognitive space that the normal metrics can't map. Not lower than normal, not higher than normal. Different. Entirely, fundamentally different, in a way that puts him outside the usual categories. Wiggum's incompetence as a police chief in this reading is not simply a character trait. It is what happens when someone who has been drinking Springfield's water and breathing Springfield's air their whole life tries to perform a job that requires sustained logical reasoning and attention to evidence. The radiation hasn't ruined Wiggum personally. He seems content enough with his life, but it has made him unable to do his job in any meaningful way. And a police chief who cannot effectively investigate crimes is, from Burns's perspective, another essential piece of the infrastructure of impunity. An effective police department would eventually ask questions about the plant's violations, would follow the evidence from the three-eyed fish to the water testing, to the environmental monitoring to the safety inspections, would eventually accumulate a case. The contaminated, incompetent police chief ensures this never happens. Wiggum is not part of Burns's conspiracy in any conscious sense. He doesn't need to be. The contamination has made him precisely what the system requires in a law enforcement figure, without any deliberate action on Burns's part. Springfield manages itself. That's the most chilling reading of the whole system. Burns doesn't have to actively maintain the town's incapacity for critical thinking. The plant does it for him, continuously, automatically, without supervision. The contamination produces exactly the kind of population that allows the plant to keep running. And the plant keeps running, so the contamination keeps flowing, so the population remains the kind of population that allows the plant to keep running. The loop is self-sustaining. It doesn't require continuous management. It only required the initial conditions, which have been in place since before the show began. Dr. Hibbert is the Simpson family's physician and one of Springfield's most prominent medical figures. He is warm, reassuring, financially comfortable, and has been attending to the medical needs of Springfield's residents throughout the show's entire run. He is also, under careful examination, the most troubling figure in the medical establishment of a town whose medical establishment we have already established has serious questions attached to it. Hibbert laughs. He laughs at things that don't warrant laughter. He laughs at bad diagnoses. He laughs when delivering serious news. He maintains his warm, chuckling bedside manner through situations that should produce a different response. This is played as a character quirk, a comedy device, and it's effective as that. But within the contamination theory's framework, Hibbert's inappropriate laughter is a symptom. It is the kind of effective disconnect that chronic neurological damage from radiation exposure can produce, an erosion of the normal correspondence between situation and emotional response. A gap between what is happening and what the damaged nervous system registers as the appropriate reaction to what is happening. He is not a bad doctor because he is incompetent or malicious. He may be a compromised doctor because he has been living in Springfield his whole life. The same contamination that damaged Homer's reasoning capacity may have damaged Hibbert's emotional regulation, producing a physician who delivers care with genuine professional competence in some areas, while displaying the effective abnormalities of someone whose brain has been operating in a low-level radiation environment for decades. And if Hibbert knows about the crayon in Homer's brain and chose not to remove it, the laughter takes on a different quality. Not a symptom, a defense mechanism. A way of staying comfortable in a professional situation that requires making certain decisions for certain reasons that cannot be stated in a patient's presence. Sideshow Bob is different from almost every other secondary character in Springfield because he is one of the few characters for whom the show allows genuine intellectual sophistication to produce actual threat. Sideshow Bob is brilliant. The show establishes this without ambiguity. He is educated, cultured, verbally precise, operatically talented, and has constructed elaborate plans that have come genuinely close to succeeding multiple times. He is, in certain respects, the most capable antagonist Bart has ever faced. And he keeps stepping on rakes. The rake gag is one of the show's most celebrated running bits. Bob steps on a rake. The rake handle flies up and hits him. He steps on another rake and another. He is in agony. The comedy is in the gap between his pretensions to sophisticated villainy and the absurdity of his repeated defeat by a garden implement. Under the radiation theory, the rake gag is the contamination at its most concentrated and specific. Bob's intelligence is real, his plans are genuinely sophisticated. But his physical coordination, his ability to perceive and navigate his immediate environment, is just impaired enough by whatever the town's contamination has done to his spatial processing that he cannot see the rakes that an uncontaminated person would step around automatically. He is brilliant and physically slightly disconnected from his immediate environment in the specific way that suggests neurological damage rather than simple clumsiness. He can plan a murder. He cannot see a rake. That specific dissociation, the gap between high-level cognitive function and basic environmental navigation, is consistent with the kind of selective neurological damage that chronic low-level radiation exposure produces. It doesn't erase everything, it creates specific deficits, and Bob's specific deficit is the one that produces the show's most sustained and beloved comedic bit, while also, under this reading, being one more piece of evidence that the plant's effects on Springfield's residents are real, varied, and comprehensive. Section 13. Springfield's economy and what Burns actually controls. We've been talking about Burns throughout this entire exploration of Springfield, circling him, touching on different aspects of his power and his age and his medical situation and his deliberate management of Homer's life. But we haven't stopped to look directly at the full scope of what Burns actually controls, at what it means that a single private individual holds the economic position Burns holds in Springfield. The power plant is the obvious starting point. It is Springfield's primary source of electrical power. Every home, every business, every institution in the town is connected to Burns's grid. The economic dependency this creates is total, in a way that is unusual even by the standards of company towns, which have historically been the most extreme version of private economic control over a community's daily life. In a company town, the company owns the housing, the store, the services. Residents are economically dependent on the company for everything. The power plant arrangement in Springfield is similar in structure but more pervasive in effect because electricity is not optional in the way that other company town dependencies sometimes were. You can, in theory, grow your own food if the company owns the store. You cannot, in the modern world the show depicts, function without electricity. You cannot run a business without it. You cannot maintain the communications infrastructure that modern commerce requires. You cannot heat your home in winter or cool it in summer without it. Burns's control of Springfield's electricity means Burns has a lever he can apply to every single economic activity in the town. He has demonstrated his willingness to use this lever. The sun-blocking scheme in the Who Shot Mr. Burns episodes was the most dramatic expression of this. The escalation to a literal monopoly over light itself. But the show has depicted smaller applications of this power throughout its run. Burns's ability to affect Springfield's economy through his control of its power supply is not theoretical. It is demonstrated. And because the plant is also Springfield's largest employer, the economic web tightens further. A significant portion of Springfield's working residents earn their income from the plant directly as employees. Their family's economic stability depends on the plant's continued operation. Their ability to pay mortgages, to feed children, to maintain any of the financial structures of ordinary life is tied to the plant's payroll. This creates a community interest in the plant's survival that operates independently of any individual's feelings about Burns or his practices. Even the residents who resent Burns, who know at some level that the plant is poisoning the town, who would prefer the facility be shut down and cleaned up and held accountable for what it has done, have a material stake in that not happening. Because if the plant closes, the jobs disappear. And in Springfield's economy, with its specific structure and its specific dependencies, the jobs at the plant cannot simply be replaced by employment elsewhere, because the economic alternatives don't exist to the same scale. Burns created this dependency deliberately. The show establishes this in various ways across the series. The plant's position in Springfield's economy is not an accident of geography or history. It is the product of sustained, deliberate choices made by a man who understood from the beginning that economic control over a community's basic infrastructure was the most stable form of power available. Political power can be voted away. Military power requires ongoing maintenance and creates ongoing obligations. Economic power, properly structured, self-sustains. The community's own material interests protect it from challenge because challenging it means risking the material foundations of the challenger's own life. Springfield cannot collectively decide to close the plant and pursue accountability for what it has done because the economic consequences of that decision fall immediately and heavily on the residents, not on Burns. Burns has diversified holdings and wealth accumulated across generations. He can survive the plant's closure. Springfield's residents cannot survive the economic cascade that would follow it. This is why the contamination persists. This is the complete loop. The plant poisons the town. The town needs the plant. The plant needs the town not to effectively challenge it. The town cannot effectively challenge it because challenging it would destroy the economic foundation that the town's residents depend on. So the contamination continues. The violations remain unaddressed. The water table keeps receiving what the plant keeps dumping into it. And the people of Springfield keep drinking the water and breathing the air and living with the consequences. The economic dependency is not separable from the contamination. They are the same system, operating through different mechanisms toward the same end. There's a layer beyond the electricity and the employment. Burns's wealth extends into Springfield's political structure, its civic institutions, its media environment. The show has depicted, across multiple episodes, Burns's ability to influence local politics through donations and favors, and the kind of informal leverage that comes from being the most economically powerful person in any room. Springfield's mayor, Mayor Quimby, is openly corrupt in ways that make his responsiveness to Burns's interests almost comical in their lack of subtlety. The Springfield newspapers, when they appear, tend to reflect the interests of Springfield's power structure rather than any adversarial relationship with it. The civic institutions that would normally serve as accountability mechanisms, the regulatory bodies, the oversight committees, the formal structures of municipal governance, all exist within the same economic ecosystem that Burns dominates. Their capacity for genuine independence from Burns's influence is limited by the same material dependencies that constrain every other actor in the town. Springfield's democracy, such as it is, functions. People vote. Elections happen. Public meetings are held. The formal structures of civic participation are present. But they operate within constraints that make them, in practice, instruments of the existing power structure rather than checks on it. This is not because the residents of Springfield are uniquely corrupt or uniquely susceptible to manipulation. It is because the structural conditions of their lives make genuine political independence from Burns's economic dominance extremely difficult to maintain. Under the collective denial theory, Springfield's political structure is another expression of the same mechanism we saw in The Principal and the Pauper. The town knows what the plant is doing. At some level, collectively, the knowledge exists. The three-eyed fish made it public. The EPA dome made it undeniable. The safety violations have been reported. The evidence has been present for decades. But the collective vote, the unspoken consensus, the maintenance of the comfortable fiction over the threatening truth, keeps the knowledge from producing action. Because action would mean confronting the economic dependency. And the economic dependency is where the community's material survival lives. So Springfield votes continuously in every election and every public meeting and every collective moment of choosing not to notice, to sustain the system, to keep the plant running, to keep Burns in his position, to keep Homer in Sector 7G, to keep the water doing what the water has always done. Not because they are stupid, not because they can't see, but because they have correctly understood at the level of instinct, if not always the level of articulation, that the alternative is worse than what they have. That the truth fully confronted would require actions with consequences they are not equipped to absorb. Springfield lives in a managed equilibrium. Burns manages it. The contamination enables it. The collective denial sustains it. The economic dependency enforces it. And the floating timeline, the endless loop, the reset button that clears everything back to normal at the beginning of each new episode, is what the equilibrium looks like from the inside. It looks like a family sitting on a couch. It looks like a couch gag. It looks like Homer saying dough and the credits rolling and everything being fine. Section 14. The Dreams Springfield has had about itself. There is a particular category of Simpsons episode that doesn't quite fit into any of the main theories, but that adds something important to the overall picture. The episodes in which Springfield, or specific characters within it, imagine different versions of themselves. The what-if episodes, the treehouse of horror segments, the flash-forwards, the flashbacks, the fantasies. The show has spent considerable time imagining its characters in situations other than their actual lives. And what Springfield imagines for itself reveals something about what it knows about what it is. The treehouse of horror episodes are the most prolific of these, and they are specifically designed to operate outside the show's normal continuity. They are the space where the show's writers can do things that the regular episodes don't permit. Characters die and stay dead for the duration of the segment. Consequences accumulate. The reset button doesn't apply in the same way. And within this specific, explicitly non-canonical space, Springfield reveals aspects of itself that the canonical episodes usually manage more carefully. The horror episodes return repeatedly to themes of contamination, mutation, invasion, and the failure of protective structures. The scenarios often involve something external entering Springfield and transforming it, sometimes for the worse in obvious ways, sometimes in ways that are ambiguous or even liberating. Aliens arrive, monsters emerge, technology becomes hostile, the familiar becomes threatening. And Springfield, through these scenarios, processes the anxieties that the regular episodes contain through comedy but never fully discharge. The radiation anxiety specifically surfaces in multiple treehouse of horror segments. Stories about mutations and biological changes and things growing that shouldn't grow, and bodies behaving in ways that bodies shouldn't behave. The contamination theory's premise that the plant has been altering Springfield's biology is something the show explores directly in these non-canonical spaces, while maintaining plausible deniability in the canonical ones. The horror episodes are where Springfield admits what it's afraid of, and what it is afraid of, repeatedly, is the same thing we've been mapping tonight. The transformation of the familiar into something unrecognizable. The body becoming something other than what it should be. The environment becoming an active threat rather than a neutral background. The what if episodes occupy a different space. A Wonderful Life episodes, homage episodes, episodes that ask what Springfield would look like if one thing had been different. The show has explored what Springfield would look like without Homer, what Homer's life would look like without Marge, what the town would look like without the plant, what the characters would become if specific formative events had gone differently. These episodes are interesting not only for what they imagine, but for what they reveal about the show's understanding of its own characters. The what if scenarios consistently suggest that the characters are better versions of themselves in the alternative timelines, except when the alternative makes them worse in specific ways that illuminate what the existing version provides. Homer without Marge is a disaster in the familiar direction, isolated and regressed. Springfield without Homer is somehow less Springfield, even though Homer is objectively one of the town's more disruptive residents. The show knows its characters deeply enough to understand what each one provides that the others can't, and the what if episodes make this visible. Under the coma theory, the what if episodes are particularly revealing. Homer's dreaming mind occasionally generates scenarios that explore the paths not taken, the lives he might have lived differently, the versions of himself that could have existed under different conditions. These scenarios don't persist. They play out, and then the dream resets, returns to the established version, resumes the permanent present that Homer's brain has been maintaining since April of 1993. But they're present. The dreaming mind generates them because unconscious minds process regret and alternative histories even without the conscious intention to do so. Homer's brain dreams the what-if scenarios because the what-if questions live in him, unaddressed, beneath the surface of the dream. The flash-forward episodes, Lisa's wedding most prominently, add another dimension. When the show allows itself to imagine its characters as adults, what it imagines is consistent with what the existing characters suggest they'd become. Lisa becomes a serious, somewhat lonely, brilliant professional woman who is still searching for genuine understanding. Bart becomes someone who has achieved more than you'd predict from his 10-year-old self, but less than you'd wish for him. The flash-forwards feel like the honest version of the characters' trajectories, unconstrained by the floating timeline's requirement to keep them frozen. And the show puts them away. Every time. It looks at the adults its children would become, recognizes them, and puts them back in amber. Puts Lisa back at 8 with her saxophone, puts Bart back at 10 with his skateboard, returns the permanent present. The flash-forwards exist as a kind of grief, a brief, permitted acknowledgement that the people we love are going to change, that time is going to do what time does, that the versions we are holding frozen in amber are always temporary, even when the holding feels permanent. The show looks at that acknowledgement and then puts it away, because the grief is real and the holding is necessary, and Springfield cannot afford to confront the one thing it cannot manage. The simple, universal, unstoppable passage of time. Section 15. The supporting evidence. Details. Too small to build a theory on, but too specific to ignore. We've been working with the big structures tonight. The major theories, the overarching frameworks. But The Simpsons is a show that has been running for 36 years, and its writers have been working at a level of density and detail that rewards the kind of attention that pauses on small things. Tonight, in the quietest part of the night, let's collect some of the smaller details, the ones that don't anchor a theory on their own, but that, placed alongside everything we've already built, feel like they belong to the picture. The clouds over the power plant are always slightly different from the clouds over the rest of Springfield. This is a visual choice the show makes consistently, not every episode, but often enough to be deliberate. The sky immediately above the plant has a different quality, slightly more yellow, slightly more amber, than the sky over the rest of the town. The animators made this choice. In the context of the contamination theory, it reads as visual evidence of atmospheric contamination, of the plant's emissions altering the very color of the air above it. The Quickie Mart's hot dogs have been rotating on their heating element since the show began. This is a running joke about the age and quality of convenience store food, but Apu, who knows how long they've been there and continues to sell them, is also a person who has been living in Springfield's contaminated environment throughout his time in town. The casual indifference to food safety that this represents is, under the contamination theory, another manifestation of the town's normalized relationship with things that should be alarming. The Springfield tire fire has been burning continuously for decades. It is simply part of the landscape. Nobody attempts to extinguish it. Nobody investigates what its smoke is adding to Springfield's air quality. The burning tire fire exists alongside the nuclear plant as a second chronic source of airborne contamination, and the town relates to it the same way it relates to the plant, as a permanent fixture of daily life rather than as an emergency. Lenny and Carl are Homer's closest friends at the plant. They have been working alongside Homer at the reactor for the entire run of the show. Under the radiation theory, Lenny and Carl have been exposed to the same environment as Homer for the same duration. The show has occasionally acknowledged, through quick jokes, that Lenny has various physical abnormalities, eye injuries in particular that recur across episodes, and Carl's general good health and apparent absence of the more dramatic mutations visible in Homer seems, if anything, like another data point for the theory that the contamination produces varied outcomes in different individuals rather than a uniform effect. The Springfield Hospital has a sign that changes. Various episodes have shown the sign outside Springfield General, displaying different and often alarming information about the hospital's current status, staff availability, or service limitations. The hospital is chronically understaffed, under-resourced, and operating under conditions that suggest the town's healthcare infrastructure is not meeting its community's needs. In a town with the documented exposure levels of Springfield, an inadequate healthcare system isn't just a civic failure. It's a mechanism for keeping the consequences of contamination from being properly identified and documented. If doctors can't run comprehensive tests, if there aren't enough specialists to identify patterns in the population's health outcomes, if the healthcare system lacks the capacity to do the kind of longitudinal analysis that would reveal the relationship between the plant's emissions and the town's biological abnormalities, then the contamination never produces a medical record that could serve as evidence. The inadequate hospital is another component of the system that keeps the full truth of what the plant has done from being formally established. The school's budget is consistently dire. Springfield Elementary operates under the kind of chronic financial constraint that limits what teachers can teach, what equipment is available, what kinds of assessment and intervention are possible for students with learning difficulties. In a town where the radiation theory suggests a significant proportion of children are experiencing some degree of neurological impairment from environmental contamination, a fully funded school with qualified special education resources and comprehensive assessment programs could identify these children and provide targeted support. The chronically underfunded school cannot. Another piece of the system, another mechanism that keeps the contamination's full effects from being clearly identified, documented, and addressed. The Springfield Elementary curriculum in various episodes is shown to be teaching demonstrably incorrect information. History lessons contain errors. Science classes cover outdated or wrong material. The school system that would educate Springfield's next generation to understand their environment and to ask the questions that could lead to accountability is itself compromised by the kind of resource deprivation that produces educational outcomes too limited to threaten the status quo. Children who are educated adequately, who learn to think scientifically, who develop the capacity for sustained critical analysis, are children who might eventually look at the three-eyed fish and follow the logic where it goes. Children educated in a system too resource poor to give them those tools are children who will grow up to be Homer, to accept the environment as it is without asking why it is that way. All of these details, too small individually to anchor a major theory, add up to a picture of a town that has been comprehensively engineered for a specific outcome. Not through any single dramatic intervention. Through the accumulation of small decisions, small resource allocations, small institutional failures, each one individually explainable as simple civic inadequacy, collectively forming a system that produces exactly the kind of population that Burns needs in order to continue operating. Underfunded schools, inadequate health care, a tire fire nobody extinguishes, hot dogs that have been rotating for years, clouds that are slightly wrong over the cooling towers, and at the center of all of it, the plant. Always the plant. Leaking invisibly into everything, providing the power that makes everything else possible, making itself indispensable while making its indispensability the thing that prevents anyone from addressing what it has cost. Section 16. A final walk through Springfield. Let everything settle now. The night is complete. We've been here long enough that Springfield has become familiar in a new way. Not just the Springfield, from watching episodes, but the Springfield underneath the episodes. The one that has been operating all along, running its systems, maintaining its equilibrium, sustaining its impossible permanence. Let's take one last slow walk through it. It's evening in Springfield. The kind of evening that happens in the middle of the week, when nothing in particular is scheduled, when the town is simply being itself. The light is going golden and horizontal, catching the dust in the air near the plant's cooling towers and making it look, briefly, almost beautiful. On Evergreen Terrace, Homer is turning into the driveway. He is coming home from work, the way he always comes home. Slightly late, slightly disheveled, carrying the day's accumulated indignities with the particular ease of a man who has learned not to let them accumulate in ways he notices. He has worked 8 hours at a plant that is poisoning the town. He has navigated his way through a day in a facility with 342 safety violations, and he has not noticed any of them, the way you stop noticing the thing that has always been there. He is going home. That is what matters. That is what has always been what matters. Marge is in the kitchen. She is making something that will be ready when the family sits down, because Marge's domestic management is the structure that keeps the household viable, the thing that converts Homer's chaotic energy and Bart's perpetual proximity to consequence, and Lisa's passionate, exhausting idealism into something that functions as a life. She worries. She always worries. But she worries productively, channeling it into the practical work of maintaining a household under conditions that would test a more brittle person's capacity for patience. Bart is somewhere he's not supposed to be, doing something that will probably not produce the consequences it should because Springfield's consequences rarely stick. He is 10 years old, and he has been 10 years old for 36 years, and every morning the reset button finds him at exactly the point he needs to be Bart again for another episode. He will come home for dinner. He will eat. He will find some way to create a situation. It will resolve. He will be 10 years old again tomorrow. Lisa is in her room with the saxophone. The light through her window is the same golden horizontal light that's catching the cooling tower dust outside. She is playing something that doesn't have a name yet, something she's working out as she plays, following the melody wherever it's going. She is 8 years old, and she is the most thoughtful person in Springfield, and she has been both of those things for 36 years. She will play until dinner. She will say something at the table that nobody quite understands. She will go to sleep with the specific loneliness of the perceptive person in an environment that doesn't reward perception. She will wake up and be 8 years old again, and Maggie is in the living room. She has been watching the door since before Homer's car turned into the driveway. She heard it before anyone else heard it. The specific sound of the family's specific car making the specific turn onto Evergreen Terrace. She is always the first to know he's coming home. She doesn't announce it. She doesn't do anything with the information. She simply waits with the patience of someone who has been waiting for a very long time for the door to open. The door opens, Homer comes home, he says, "Marge, I'm home." The way he always says it, a little loud, a little relieved. The way someone says it who has been looking forward to this moment the whole drive back, who has been holding the word home in his head like a destination, which for Homer, it always is. And Springfield, the whole impossible, contaminated, time frozen, collectively in denial, radiation powered, possibly dreamed up, permanent present tense Springfield, keeps doing what it has always been doing. It keeps going. The cooling towers keep leaking. Burns keeps living. The radiation keeps doing what the radiation does. The collective vote to maintain the comfortable fiction keeps happening, silently in the space between episodes. Maggie keeps watching. Lisa keeps playing. Bart keeps finding the edge of consequences without quite going over. Marge keeps holding it together. And Homer keeps coming home, episode after episode, theory after theory, reading after reading, from every angle and through every lens. He keeps coming home. That's the show. All the theories and all the mysteries and all the evidence and all the buried storylines and all the things the show has been showing you for 36 years without quite saying out loud, all of it is in service of the same moment. A man coming through the front door and saying, "Marge, I'm home," and the family being there when he does. The contamination doesn't touch that. The coma dream is made of that. The floating timeline is frozen at that. Burns's empire cannot buy that. The collective denial doesn't need to manage it because it is not a threat to anything. It is the only thing in Springfield that has never needed to be managed or contained or voted on or reset. It just keeps being true. Conclusion: what Springfield is really about. And now we are truly near the end. The stories are all told. The theories have all been laid out and examined and connected and left to rest against each other in the dark. Springfield is as fully described as we can describe it in a single night, which is to say, partially, imperfectly. With the awareness that there is always more, that a show which has been running for 36 years across nearly 800 episodes will always have more to say than any analysis of it can fully capture. Every theory we explore tonight arrived at the same place through a different route. The contamination theory arrived there by following the radiation from the cracked cooling towers through the water supply and the air and the bodies of every person who has ever lived in Springfield, tracing the mutations and the cognitive damage and the physical abnormalities back to their source, and finding at that source a single cracked facility owned by a man who chose not to fix it. The coma theory arrived there by following Homer through the hospital and into unconsciousness, and into the dream that an unconscious brain generates when the only thing it wants is the family it can no longer reach, and finding at the center of the dream the same moment we always find at the center of Homer's life. The Burns shooting theory arrived there by following the evidence, all of it, to the conclusion that the official answer was managed rather than found, and discovering that in Springfield the truth is always less important than the stability that the official version provides. The immortality theory arrived there by following Burns's century of survival back through its medical infrastructure and its economic foundations and its relationship to the town's dependency, and finding at the end of that chain a system too expensive to allow itself to die. The collective denial theory arrived there by watching Springfield vote, explicitly and unanimously, to sustain a comfortable lie over an uncomfortable truth, and recognizing in that vote the mechanism that makes every other impossible thing about Springfield sustainable. The Maggie theory arrived there by watching a baby wait for 36 years behind a pacifier and an enormous pair of eyes for the moment to act from a position of strength rather than visibility. The predictions theory arrived there by following the confirmation bias to its source and finding not prophecy but influence, not supernatural foreknowledge but the simpler and more interesting power of a show that shaped how its audience understood the world it was satirizing. The Mona Simpson theory arrived there by tracing the damage backward through 3 generations to the moment in 1969 When a billionaire saw a woman's face and decided to spend decades making sure she never felt safe enough to go home. The geography theory arrived there by following every clue about Springfield's location to its contradiction, and finding in the town's unmappable quality not an oversight, but a choice. The choice of a place that cannot be pinned down, because pinning it down would make it smaller than it needs to be. The floating timeline arrived there by staring at the frozen ages of the Simpson family until the loop they've been suspended in became visible, and recognizing in the loop not just a narrative device, but a wish, the audience's wish, maintained through 3 decades of continued viewing, that the family we have loved since 1989 not be required to age away from us. Every theory, every route, the same destination, a family, in a house, in a town that is every town and no town, on a street that is every street, in a story that is every story about every family that has ever tried to stay together, in the face of everything that tries to pull families apart. That is Springfield. That is what all the contamination and the coma and the immortality and the denial and the silence and the predictions and the conspiracy and the geography are in service of. The stories that grown people tell themselves late at night about a cartoon family that has been with them since childhood. Because those stories are also about something real. About the families we came from. About the households that shaped us. About the people we miss, about the versions of ourselves we were before time did what time does, and the world became something more complicated than a couch and a television, and the opening notes of a theme we know by heart. Why can't we let them go? Maybe because they are us. Maybe because Homer is the father who meant well and got it wrong and meant well again. Maybe because Marge is the person who held everything together for decades and never quite got credit for how hard that was. Maybe because Bart is who we were when we were young and the rules seemed like obstacles placed specifically in our way before we understood what the rules were for. Maybe because Lisa is who we wanted to be, or who we briefly were, in our most idealistic and most isolated moments. Maybe because Maggie is the part of us that is still watching and still waiting, and still hasn't said everything it has to say. Or maybe it's simpler. Maybe we can't let them go because letting them go means admitting that 36 years have passed. That we are older now. That the couch we sat on as children while the opening credits played is gone, or in a different house, or belongs to someone else's childhood now. That the world has moved on and we have moved on, and the gap between who we were when we first met the Simpsons and who we are right now is larger and stranger than we usually allow ourselves to look at directly. As long as The Simpsons is on, as long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8, and Homer is stumbling through the door saying, "Marge, I'm home," we don't have to sit with that gap. We can close it. We can be, for the length of an episode or the length of a night like this one, the people we were when we first pressed play. Springfield is where we go when we need to go home to a version of home that still exists exactly as we remember it. Unchanged, unchangeable, waiting. The loop is not a trap, it is a gift. One we built for ourselves without quite knowing we were building it, accumulated episode by episode across decades, until the structure was large enough to live inside for an evening. And now the evening is over. The cooling towers are still running outside Springfield in the dark. Burns is sustained by his treatments, planning something that involves more cruelty than is strictly necessary. Homer is on the couch, possibly in a hospital bed, possibly both at once, depending on which lens you keep. Marge is finally, at this late hour, allowing herself to rest. Bart is asleep, 10 years old, dreaming whatever 10-year-olds dream when the day's consequences have been deferred for one more night. Lisa is in her room with the saxophone quiet beside the bed, still thinking, still working something out in the particular way she has of never quite switching off. And Maggie. Maggie is watching the night. She is watching whatever needs watching. She has been watching for 36 years, and she is not done yet. And she will not tell you what she sees because she has decided long ago that the most powerful position in any room is the one nobody is looking at. She sees the cooling towers. She sees the town. She sees the loop. She sees you watching at this hour from wherever you are. She knows. And behind the pacifier, behind the silence, behind 36 years of the most patient and most deliberate quiet in the history of animation, something that might be a smile. Good night from Springfield. We'll be back next time. We always are. That is, after all, the whole point. Thank you for spending this night in Springfield. Drop a comment with where you're watching from and what time it is there. Subscribe if you want more nights like this. And if you're already asleep, that's exactly where you're supposed to be. Section 17. The emotional architecture of Springfield. What each character carries. There is one more way to look at all of this. One more angle that the structural theories don't quite reach. Not because they miss it, but because they operate at a different level. The theories explain the systems. They map the contamination and the coma and the denial and the economic control. What they don't always fully stop for is what it feels like to be each of these people. What each character is carrying, every episode, underneath the comedy and the satire and the reset button. Let's spend some time there, in the feeling underneath the theory. Homer. Homer carries the weight of a childhood interrupted by an absence that was never explained. He carries the specific loneliness of a child who lost a parent and was told the loss was final, was shown a headstone, was given a narrative of death to organize his grief around, and spent decades building his emotional architecture on that foundation. That foundation was a lie, as we explored in the Mona section, but Homer did not know it was a lie. He lived inside it with complete sincerity, the way you can only live inside a lie you have no reason to question. Everything Homer is, his neediness, his desire to be liked, his tolerance for Burns's indignities, his clinging love for his family is built on top of that early wound. Remove the maternal absence and you get a different Homer. Not necessarily a better one in the comedic sense, because the things that make Homer funny are mostly the things that make Homer damaged. But a different one. One who perhaps had the cognitive space to ask harder questions. One who perhaps developed the emotional self-sufficiency that his persistent maternal hunger prevents him from developing. Homer is also carrying the crayon, which is to say he is carrying the specific tragedy of a man who is more than what he appears to be, who has a brain that is capable of much more than it is currently permitted to do, and who chose, when given the chance to access that capacity, to close the door on it again. Because the capacity was too painful. Because seeing Springfield clearly was worse than not seeing it. Because the fog, as limiting as it is also a protection. Homer knows at some level he cannot quite articulate that clarity is dangerous in Springfield, and he has chosen comfort over clarity in the only direct, conscious way the show has ever given him the opportunity to make that choice. He carries all of this to work every day. He carries it to his couch every evening. He carries it through every disaster and every reset and every episode. And somewhere underneath all of it, under the radiation damage and the grief and the manufactured stupidity and the massive emotional resilience that keeps him getting up every morning, is the specific, uncomplicated, enormous love he has for his family. Not as a sentiment, as a fact of his biology, as real and as structural as anything the contamination has done to him. The love is what he is. Everything else is what happened to him. Marge? Marge carries the particular weight of someone who made choices very young that organized the rest of her life, and who has spent decades understanding those choices in increasing depth without being able to or wanting to unmake them. She chose Homer. She has been choosing Homer continuously ever since, not passively, not by default, but actively, in the full knowledge of who he is and what loving him costs. What it costs is significant, Marge is more capable than her circumstances require. She has shown across multiple episodes the capacity for careers and creative lives and independent achievements that her domestic circumstances don't accommodate. She was a real estate agent. She was a cop. She was a painter. She was, briefly, various things that the reset button took back. And every time the reset takes it back, Marge returns to the kitchen, to the household management, to the particular work of keeping a family viable that is real and important and completely invisible to most of the people it sustains. She carries the specific loneliness of the person who does the invisible work, the person who maintains the structure that everyone else moves through without quite seeing the effort that maintains it, the person whose contribution is most visible in its absence. When the structure falters and least acknowledged when it is most successfully functioning, because successful functioning looks like nothing is happening. She carries the worry. Marge worries in the way that someone worries when they understand clearly how fragile the thing they love is. Homer is fragile in ways that his apparent resilience conceals. The family is fragile in ways that its apparent indestructibility conceals. Springfield is fragile in ways that nobody is supposed to acknowledge. Marge sees all of this. She has always seen it. And the worry is the specific price of seeing clearly in a place that has organized itself around not seeing. Marge carries all of this and makes dinner and fixes problems and holds things together and does not usually collapse under the weight of it. This is the most remarkable thing about her, not her patience, which is often cited, but her structural resilience. The capacity to be the load-bearing element of a household and a family without breaking, sustained by the specific knowledge that if she breaks, the structure falls. Bart. Bart carries the strange particular freedom and the strange particular constraint of being the child who resists. He is the one who refuses, who pushes back against authority, against expectation, against the versions of himself that adults project onto him and require him to be. He is, in this sense, the most functional resistance to the collective denial we've been mapping. Bart refuses to cooperate with the official version of events. Bart refuses to accept the narrative that says things are fine. Bart acts out. Bart subverts. Bart does the thing that Springfield isn't supposed to do, which is refuse to perform compliance with structures that don't deserve compliance. But Bart also carries the weight of having been born into the wrong family for the kind of intelligence he has. Bart is smart. Not in the academic, systematizing way that Lisa is smart, but with a different and equally real kind of intelligence. Social intelligence. Tactical intelligence. The capacity for creative improvisation in high-pressure situations. The ability to read people and situations and find the angle that nobody else has found yet. These are real cognitive gifts, and in a different environment, with different support and different educational resources, they might have been developed into something remarkable. Instead, Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years, doing the same creative resistance against the same institutional structures, never quite accumulating the growth that would let him take the resistance somewhere. He is the boy who refuses. He will always be the boy who refuses. And the specific tragedy hidden inside that description is that refusing, as essential as it is not the same as building something. The permanent 10-year-old resists forever. He never gets to find out what the resistance was in service of. Lisa. Lisa carries the most. Of all the characters, Lisa's specific burden is the one the show returns to with the most sustained seriousness, across the most episodes with the most consistent emotional honesty. She is brilliant in a town that doesn't know what to do with brilliance. She is principled in a town that has organized itself around convenience over principle. She is idealistic in a town that has been choosing comfort over truth since before she was born. And she keeps going. This is the specific, remarkable thing about Lisa. She has every reason to stop. She has every piece of evidence that her intelligence is not valued here, that her principles create more friction than progress, that her idealism produces more heartbreak than change. She has experienced all of this continuously from childhood, and she keeps going anyway. She keeps playing the saxophone alone in her room. She keeps raising her hand in class. She keeps being the person who says the thing that makes the room uncomfortable because it's true. Lisa carries the specific loneliness of the person who cannot make herself small enough to fit the space available for her. She could, probably. She is smart enough to understand the strategic advantages of Maggie's approach, to see how visibility creates vulnerability and silence creates freedom. She has observed this her whole life. She chose not to adopt it. Lisa has chosen again and again to be visible, to be loud, to be undeniably and inconveniently present in a town that would prefer she take up less space. This choice is both her suffering and her integrity. It is why the show loves her most purely, I think, of all the characters. Because Lisa, in the face of everything Springfield is, keeps choosing to be herself, keeps insisting that the world could be better, keeps asking the questions nobody once asked, keeps being 8 years old and brilliant and heartbroken, and entirely, stubbornly, defiantly herself. Maggie. Maggie carries the mystery. She has been carrying it for 36 years and she has not yet put it down. We have spent considerable time tonight looking at Maggie from the outside, mapping her intelligence and her silence and her strategic invisibility. But what does it feel like from the inside to be Maggie? The show doesn't tell us. It can't because Maggie doesn't speak, and the show has chosen not to give us her interiority through any other means. She is experienced entirely from the outside, through her actions and her expressions and the reactions she produces in the people around her. We know what she does. We don't know what she thinks about what she does. But if we take the coma theory seriously, if we accept that Maggie is Homer's deepest wish for his youngest child, given form by a dreaming mind, then what Maggie carries is the weight of her father's hope. She is what Homer's unconscious mind made when it tried to imagine a child who could survive and thrive without him. She is the prayer of a man in a coma for the baby he cannot watch grow up. And if that is true, then what Maggie carries, behind the pacifier and the silence and the 36 years of watching, is love. The specific love of a person who was made of someone else's love and has been carrying it forward ever since. Protecting it, maintaining it, waiting for the right moment to give it back. That moment is still coming. Maggie is still waiting. And when it comes, Springfield will not be ready. Nothing in Springfield's history of managed reality and collective denial and economic dependency and contaminated cognition has prepared it for whatever Maggie has been building toward in the silence. But that is a story for another night. Section 18. The night deepens. Some final thoughts before sleep. The stories are all told now. The night has done what nights do in the presence of long, slow-moving narratives. It has become a different kind of dark, the kind that is comfortable rather than threatening, that has the weight of a familiar blanket rather than the weight of something unresolved. Springfield is still out there. It is always out there. The plant is running its overnight shifts with Homer's colleagues, cycling through the work that Homer will return to tomorrow. The cooling towers are releasing whatever they release into the night air, invisible and ongoing. Burns is in his mansion at the edge of the town, sustained by the infrastructure of his own survival, thinking whatever a man who has lived for over a century thinks about in the quiet hours. Somewhere in the town, Ned Flanders is sleeping. And in his sleep, perhaps the conditioning relaxes slightly. Perhaps the cage opens a small amount, and the person underneath the programming has a few hours of whatever he has when the behavioral modification isn't running at full power. It might be the best sleep anyone in Springfield gets. Or it might be the most troubled. The show never tells us what Ned dreams about. Apu is probably still working. The quick E-Mart runs long hours, and Apu is its most constant presence. He is there with his doctorate and his convenience store, and the hot dogs that have been rotating since before some of his customers were born. And he is making change and stocking shelves, and being, in his particular way, the specific kind of person that Springfield is full of, someone who is more than their circumstances suggest, doing the work the circumstances require, maintaining their dignity and their humor, and their knowledge of Sanskrit and the entirety of the Simpsons' address and phone number in the face of a town that does not always make space for what they are. Professor Frink is awake somewhere, probably working on something that the episode structure will require him to deploy before the act break, something that sounds impossible and turns out to be barely sufficient for the specific problem at hand. He is brilliant and marginal, and genuinely useful when the plot needs him, and he will go back to being background afterward, which is fine. He seems to have made his peace with being background. Some people understand early that the foreground is overrated. Chief Wiggum is probably sleeping very well. His neurological relationship with his job description allows for this. Ralph is dreaming something that makes complete sense from the inside, and will emerge tomorrow as a sentence that nobody else can quite parse, but that contains, if you look at it long enough from the right angle, something very close to the truth about whatever is happening around it. Ralph Wiggum is the town's accidental oracle. He says things that are wrong in all the ways that allow him to be ignored, and right in the specific ways that matter most. And Springfield has never quite figured out how to hear him. Sideshow Bob is probably sharpening something, metaphorically or literally preparing another elaborate plan that will come exquisitely close to succeeding before meeting its obstacle. He is the town's greatest villain and its most reliable comedic tragedy, and somewhere in that combination is a genuine statement about the relationship between intelligence and malice, and the particular way that very smart people can be defeated by the most ordinary things if their intelligence is running at the wrong altitude. Mo is behind the bar, probably, even at this hour. Some bars stay open very late, and Mo's is one of them. He is wiping down a surface that doesn't need wiping, in the particular way of people who have learned to fill silence with physical activity, because the silence itself contains too much. He is hoping without quite letting himself hope directly, because direct hope is a vulnerability he has been burned by enough times that he has learned to approach it sideways. He is waiting for something. He has been waiting for a long time. Whether it ever comes is one of the questions Springfield leaves open. And Maggie. Maggie is awake. In the theory of what Maggie is and what she is doing, Maggie is always awake or something very close to it. She is in her crib, in the room that the floating timeline has kept exactly as it was, the mobile turning slowly overhead, the nightlight casting its soft geometry on the wall. And she is watching, even now, even in the deepest part of the night. Those enormous dark eyes are open, taking in whatever there is to take in, filing it alongside everything else she has been filing for 36 years. She is not in a hurry. She has learned that the person in a hurry makes visible moves too early, announces themselves before the moment is right, spends their advantage before they have accumulated enough of it to spend. She will wait until the moment is exactly what it needs to be. Until then, she watches. And tomorrow, Homer will come home again. The couch will be waiting. The television will be on. The beer will be cold. The family will be there. The loop will continue, as it always has, as it always will, because we need it to, because we press play again, because Springfield is the place we go when we need to go somewhere that will still be exactly as we remember it, unchanged by the time that has changed everything else. Bart is 10. Lisa is 8. Homer is coming home. And somewhere in a hospital room that may or may not exist, depending on which theory you carry to sleep tonight, a man is dreaming. He is dreaming about his family. He is dreaming them young and together and safe in the house on Evergreen Terrace, And in the dream, the lights are always on and the door is always unlocked and there is always room on the couch. He is dreaming them into permanence because permanence is the only gift he has left to give them. And the dream keeps going. It keeps going. Good night. That's every Simpsons theory we could fit into a single night. Thank you for staying. If this gave you something to think about, or if it carried you to sleep somewhere around the floating timeline section, leave a comment and tell us where in the world you are and what time it is. Subscribe for more nights like this. Springfield will always be here when you come back. Section 19. What makes Springfield eternal? A meditation on why we return. There is a question that has been sitting underneath everything we've explored tonight. Something that the theories answer in their own ways, but that deserves to be asked directly, in the language of feeling rather than analysis. Why do we keep coming back to Springfield? The show has been on the air for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. It has survived every development in the media landscape that should have made it obsolete. It has outlasted the cable revolution and the streaming revolution, and the attention economy and the infinite expansion of entertainment options that should have made any single property too small a thing to hold a mass audience across decades. And yet here we are, still watching, still returning, still finding something in Springfield that the thousand other options don't quite provide. Part of the answer is simply familiarity, and familiarity is not a small thing. There is a particular comfort in a story, in characters whose rhythms and personalities are so thoroughly established that encountering them requires no effort of orientation. You know where you are when you're in Springfield. You know the rules. You know the people. You know what Homer will do when he encounters a donut, and what Marge will do when things start to go wrong, and what Bart will do when he sees an opportunity for mischief, and what Lisa will do when injustice presents itself, and what Maggie will do, which is nothing visible, nothing that announces itself, but something, always something, happening behind those enormous patient eyes. The familiarity of Springfield is the familiarity of home, and home is the thing that Homer spends every episode finding his way back to, and the thing that the show spends every episode restoring. That cycle, the adventure and the return, the chaos and the couch, the disaster and the family intact on the other side of it, is the show's deepest and most consistent structure. Every episode is at some level about getting home. And every ending, with the family on the couch or Homer coming through the door, or the crisis resolved just enough to allow the credits to roll, is an arrival. We come back to Springfield because we need to keep arriving. Because arrival is one of the essential human experiences. The moment when you are where you are supposed to be, when the distance between where you are and where you want to be collapses to nothing, and we need to experience it more often than our actual lives provide it. Springfield offers it on a weekly basis. Every episode ends with an arrival. Every couch gag is a version of coming home. But there's something underneath the familiarity that is harder to name and more essential. Something about what the Simpson family represents in the American imagination that goes beyond any individual episode or any individual theory we've explored tonight. The Simpson family is not an idealized family. They are not aspirational in the way that the television families of earlier decades were aspirational. The families that modeled how households should function and what American domestic life should look like at its best. The Simpsons are a mess. Homer is negligent and impulsive and emotionally limited. Marge is loving and capable and quietly exhausted by the work of compensating for Homer's limitations. Bart is delinquent by any educational standard that has ever tried to assess him. Lisa is alienated from every social structure she encounters. Maggie is an infant with apparently limitless potential who has not yet decided what to do with it. And yet, this family, this particular constellation of flaws and gifts and specific damages and specific loves, is the family that 3 decades of American television audiences have chosen to spend time with over all the other options. Not because it's aspirational, because it's honest, Because it shows the mess and the love simultaneously, the way actual families are messes and love simultaneously, and doesn't require you to pretend that the mess isn't there in order to appreciate the love. The theories we've explored tonight add dimension to this honestly. The contamination theory says the mess is not an accident. It is the product of specific systemic forces that operate on real families in ways that are visible in Springfield and invisible in actual life. The radiation that damaged Homer's brain has its real world equivalents in every environmental and economic and social force that limits the potential of people who happen to be born in the wrong place, with the wrong resources and the wrong air and water and food. Homer's stupidity is not a personal failing. It is a consequence. The show has been saying this for 36 years in the language of satire and contamination and cracked cooling towers. The coma theory says the mess is what love looks like when it's all you have left. Homer's dreaming mind doesn't dream about success or achievement or any of the things that the waking world rewards. It dreams about the mess. The familiar, beloved, frustrating, irreplaceable mess of this specific family in this specific house. Because the mess is the family is the mess. And what the unconscious mind holds onto when it can hold onto only one thing is the mess that it loves. This is why we come back. Because somewhere in the 36 years of Springfield, in the 1,000 couch gags and the 800 episodes and all the theories and all the mysteries and all the things the show has been telling us that we haven't quite been hearing, the show has been saying something true about what families are. Not what they should be, what they are. Messy and loving and broken and irreplaceable, and always somehow finding their way back to the couch by the end of the episode. We come back because the show knows the truth about us. It knew it in 1989, and it still knows it now. And it will know it for as long as the loop keeps floating, and the cooling towers keep running, and Bart stays 10, and Homer keeps coming home. That is the final theory, the one that sits underneath all the others. The theory that Springfield is not a satire of the American family. It is the American family, preserved in amber, held in the specific kind of love that refuses to let the story end. And every night, all over the world, in every time zone and every city and every bedroom and every living room, where someone is pressing play on an episode they've seen before, the story doesn't end. Homer comes home. The family is there. The lights are on. And the dream keeps going. As it should. As it will. Good night. Afterward. The Springfield that lives in you. There is one last thing to say, and it belongs after everything else, in the space that is more like a breath than a chapter. You have spent time in Springfield tonight. Real time. Measured in the slow passage of late hours, in the deepening of the quiet around you, in whatever shift has happened in your body and your mind over the course of these stories. The theories have done what theories do when they're given enough space, which is accumulate into something larger than any single reading. The contamination and the coma and the denial and the immortality and the silence and the predictions and the conspiracy and the geography and the frozen time. All of it together forms a Springfield that is considerably stranger and considerably more beautiful than any one of these readings alone can produce. But here is the thing about Springfield that no theory quite captures because it is not available to theoretical analysis. It is available only to the specific kind of attention that you bring when you have loved something for a long time. Springfield lives in you now. It has been living in you since the first episode you watched, since the first moment that the animation style became familiar, since the first time you laughed at something that was also, somewhere underneath the laugh, a little heartbreaking. It accumulated in you the way things accumulate in people who return to the same place across years. The way a landscape changes when you have seen it in enough different seasons and different lights, that your relationship to it has depth and history rather than just surface. You know Springfield. You know it the way you know the places from your own life that you have spent enough time in to have a feeling for. You know which bar Moe's is in the Springfield geography. You know the sound of the nuclear plant's alarm in a distant episode. You know the specific quality of the couch, the way it looks in the establishing shot before the family piles onto it, the particular Springfield yellow of the living room walls. You know the saxophone sound that means Lisa, the way you know certain pieces of music mean certain times of year or certain people in your life. And all the theories we explore tonight, every one of them, lives inside that knowledge. They don't replace the warmth of familiarity, they deepen it. They add the dimension of meaning to the dimension of recognition, so that the next time you watch an episode, there is more there than before. The cooling towers mean something they didn't mean before. Homer's inability to remember things means something. Maggie's eyes watching from the corner mean something. The reset at the end of every episode means something. Springfield gave you all of this. 36 years of content, structured with more care than casual viewing reveals, hiding its most interesting ideas in plain sight, trusting you to find them when you were ready. You found them tonight, or they found you, which is perhaps more accurate, sitting quietly in the background of episodes you've watched 100 times, waiting for the night when you had the time and the stillness to really look. That's what Springfield does. It waits. The stories wait for you to be ready for them. The mysteries wait for you to bring the right kind of attention. The deeper structures wait for late nights and quiet rooms and the particular receptiveness of the hour when the day is fully over and the usual momentum has gone still. The plant will keep running. The timeline will stay frozen. The family will stay on the couch. And somewhere in the show's enormous archive, in the nearly 800 episodes accumulated across 3 decades, there's probably something you haven't noticed yet. Something waiting for the next time you're paying the right kind of attention. Some detail that will suddenly fit, that will suddenly connect, that will suddenly make one more piece of the enormous, layered, impossible, beautiful puzzle of Springfield click into a place you couldn't see before. It is always there. It has always been there. Springfield waits. Good night. A note on the show's legacy. Why Springfield outlasts everything 36 seasons, nearly 800 episodes, no end in sight. Most television shows, even beloved ones, peak and decline and eventually conclude. They have a natural arc, a beginning and a middle and an end, and the best ones know when the end has come and commit to it with the same care they brought to the beginning. The Simpsons does not follow this pattern. It has been renewed repeatedly and continues to be renewed. It does not appear to be approaching a conclusion in any structural sense. It is simply going the way it has always been going, episode after episode, couch gag after couch gag, reset after reset. This is unusual enough that it deserves examination. Why has the show lasted when others have not? What is it about Springfield's particular combination of qualities that makes it sustainable across a duration that should, by any historical precedent, have exhausted it long ago? Part of the answer is structural. The floating timeline means the show never has to pay the accumulating cost of continuity that long-running serialized dramas face. The characters cannot age out of their situations. The storylines cannot reach natural conclusions that foreclose future options. Every episode is, in a fundamental sense, a fresh start, because the reset button clears what needs to be cleared, and the permanent present reasserts itself. The structural architecture of the show, including, and especially the aspects of it that critics sometimes describe as limitations, are actually the mechanisms that make its extraordinary longevity possible. Part of the answer is the characters themselves. The Simpsons are, after 36 years, as richly characterized as any family in the history of fiction. Not in a literary sense necessarily, not in the sense that their psychology is developed with the sustained, careful interiority of serious literature, but in the sense that they are fully known. Their rhythms are established. Their responses to situations are predictable in the specific way that the responses of people we love are predictable, which is to say, We know what they will do because we know who they are. And knowing who they are makes their actions, even familiar ones, feel right rather than repetitive. Homer doing a Homer thing is not boring because we've seen it before. It is satisfying because it confirms what we know. It provides the specific pleasure of recognition, of having a prediction confirmed, of being in relationship with a character well enough to know their nature. This is the pleasure of old friendship, and the show offers it freely, consistently, every episode, for as long as you choose to accept it. Part of the answer is that the show has, through the mechanism of the floating timeline and the reset button, solved one of the fundamental problems of popular fiction, which is the problem of stakes. Drama typically derives its power from stakes. Things matter because they can be lost. Characters can die. Relationships can end. Situations can deteriorate irreversibly. The possibility of permanent loss is what makes investment in characters and stories produce the emotional response that keeps audiences returning. The Simpsons has essentially removed stakes from its universe and discovered that this does not diminish the emotional investment but transforms it. You do not invest in the possibility of Homer losing his family. You invest in the certainty that he will find his way back to them. The stakes are not about whether, but about how, and how is a question that can be answered in infinitely varied ways without ever exhausting the form. The show is also, and this is perhaps its most underappreciated quality, genuinely funny. Not funny in a way that requires forgiveness or context or careful calibration of expectations. Funny in the immediate, involuntary sense, the sense that produces the laugh before you have had time to decide whether to give it. The writing, particularly in the golden seasons but also scattered generously through the later ones, is genuinely among the best comedic writing that American television has produced. The timing is impeccable. The language is precise. The jokes are built with architectural care and executed with a seemingly offhand confidence that conceals the engineering behind them. This combination, structural longevity, deeply known characters, transformed stakes, and genuine comedic excellence, has produced a show that is not simply enduring but permanently available. It does not wear out. It does not become less of what it is over time. You can return to it after years away, and it is still Springfield, still the family, still the specific world you left when you stopped watching, waiting with the particular patience of something that does not experience the passing of time the way you do. It does not age because it was built around the impossibility of aging. It does not end because it was built around the impossibility of ending. It is Springfield. It has always been Springfield. It will go on being Springfield for as long as someone presses play. And you will come back. We all come back. Because the lights are always on at 742 Evergreen Terrace, and the family is always home. And there's always room on the couch. There is always room